Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready.
Call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors, the regular meeting of March 28th, 2023, to order. Tina, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And welcome to everybody that's here today. Got a full chamber. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
None that I'm aware of, Chair.
Very good. Then we will go into our general public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the Board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. You will have 3 minutes. Go ahead and line up, which you have already done. You may go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Randall J. Newsom. I'm a retired bankruptcy judge, and I'm here only on my own behalf, no one else's. I've got some brief comments about Rise Gold's application for a conditional use permit. There are a host of reasons why that application should be denied, but my remarks today are limited to 2 reasons. First, Rise Gold's application to rezone their property from M1 to M1 with mineral extraction combining district should be denied on its face as in violation of the general plan and the zoning ordinance. Second, even if Rise Gold's application met all the requirements of CEQA and local law, which it most certainly doesn't, the Board of Supervisors has the discretionary authority to deny the application if it finds that it threatens the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Just because all the right boxes have been checked doesn't mean the county's hands are tied and that it has no choice but to perfunctorily stamp the application approved. I've prepared a legal memorandum on these 2 points, and I'm providing copies to the county clerk to provide to each of you, as well as county council. And it's a memorandum, it's short, and in my view, not nearly as boring as most legal memoranda. I hope you'll read it. I also thank you for your time and attention today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions today or any time later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randall. Yeah.
Good stormy morning to you, and I'm Jim Baer, chairperson of the Stop the Mine Task Force in Grass Valley. I'm here today to report that the task force has found a recurring pattern of excluding critical content from the final environmental impact report for the Idaho Melon Mine project. The authors of the FEIR state in at least 7 places the same exact statement. I quote, "The engineering details and intensive sampling described by many commenters would be developed and completed through the implementation of mitigation measures and is not required to be completed as part of the CEQA process. Such exclusion of engineering details and appropriate sampling must be based on the interpretation of legal cases that are relevant and comparable. We interpret the cited cases as not comparable and insufficient to justify material exclusion. One of the more blatant examples in the FEIR is deferring measurement of airborne toxins such as asbestos that will result from mining operation. The FAIR acknowledges that the mine's operation releases toxins that are extremely difficult to measure, will represent a significant environmental impact to the community. It is imperative, in our opinion, that all the details to mitigate the release of toxins be included in the FAR. To that end, I quote CEQA. This is the code. The project description must contain sufficient specific information about the project to allow the public and reviewing agencies to evaluate and review its environmental impacts. A project description that omits integral components of the project may result in an EIR that fails to disclose the actual impacts of the project. We humbly request that the County Council review the reference cases where full details and sampling have been deferred in the EIR. We understand that the county has contracted with the CEQA attorney that could assist our county council in this process. Thanks very much for your attention, and good to see you today.
Thank you, Jim.
Good morning. My name is John Vaughn. I'm speaking on behalf of the CEA Foundation. We're going to summarize the handout we'll provide today regarding off-site sales of mine waste. The proposed Idaho-Maryland mine has a serious mine waste problem. A key aspect of the project is the disposal of mine waste by off-site sales as aggregate. Aggregate production is a business which requires specific rock sizes and grades depending on the customer's project. Producers must be able to crush, wash, sort, and deliver rock that meets customer specifications. There are at least 20 different types of aggregate produced by regional vendors, and demand varies widely in grade and size. Aggregate producers must produce and stockpile numerous products, each with different markets. The mine will be exporting 1,000 tons a day of engineered fill, a euphemism for sand tailings and barren rock. The very fine sand or silt has limited market value. Barren rock will be crushed to sizes under 6 inches. These two products fulfill only a small portion of the aggregate market. To compete in the aggregate market, significant processing of mine waste is required. The mine project assumes engineered fill can be sold as aggregate, but does not include any of the facilities needed for processing and stockpiling. The FAIR falsely assumes the mine can meet the specific demands of the aggregate market without providing a plan for how to produce the actual products. Compounding this error, the FAIR mistakenly argues there is a substantial market in the region, stating that Sacramento County has less than 50% of its 50-year aggregate demand. It also lists annual demand for Nevada County, Placer County, and Yuba City, Marysville. The FAIR then concludes there is sufficient demand for engineered fill. This is a false conclusion based upon selective excerpts from the Department of Conservation map sheets. In fact, the data shows Sacramento County has enough aggregate for almost 30 years of demand already permitted. Plus, it shows Nevada County, Placer County, and Yuba City, Marysville have enough surplus aggregate to more than meet the 50-year needs of Sacramento County, all already permitted. Furthermore, aggregate demand is low during the winter and storms often shut down ongoing projects. In summary, the aggregates market already has abundant suppliers in the region. It is very competitive. Demand varies significantly by season. And most importantly, mine waste is ill-suited to compete in the aggregate market. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Ralph.
Good morning, Ralph Silberstein, CEA Foundation. Continuing with John's statement, in addition to concerns about the market for selling mine waste as aggregate, the mine project description and final EIR do not provide a credible plan to protect people and the environment from exposure to hazards from the mine waste. Due to inadequate testing as required by CEQA, the mine waste has not been classified as Group C mine waste by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Only Group C mine waste can be sold or stored without restrictions, so it is not known whether the materials can even be dumped at the 2 sites during the initial 11 years of operations, let alone being sold off. In addition, the final EIR did not include adequate asbestos testing to assess the potential hazards from cancer-causing airborne asbestos. In dealing with this problem, the asbestos management plan sets a hard limit on asbestos levels that can be exported, but it is unknown how much of the mine waste can meet that threshold. And even if most of the mine waste could be exported from the processing facility, all must be sold as asbestos-bearing, restricted materials requiring rigorous regulatory oversight. The mine will be exporting 1,000 tons per day of mine waste. Outside of the processing structures, there are no provisions for any temporary storage, and the silos hold only about a day's worth. As described in the off-site sales analysis, even if the mine could produce the various types of aggregate that the market demands, there is already abundant supply regionally. Add to that the fact that the materials may not even be marketable due to the asbestos, and that they may not qualify to be sold as Group C mine waste due to the potential water pollution, and we have what amounts to a totally inadequate plan, which can only lead to problems. Under the best of circumstances, the mine waste would need to be stockpiled to accommodate the irregular nature of the market demand, especially in the winter. However, there are no provisions for this in the project documents. In summary, no evidence was provided that a market exists for engineered fill, which is generally not suitable for the aggregate market. Add to that the problems of selling restricted materials, the problems of getting waterboard clearance, and the problem of no storage, and this is a recipe for disaster. CEQA requires that the EIR give the public and decision makers an accurate and understandable picture of the project's likely near-term and long-term impacts. This final EIR clearly fails to meet that requirement. I hope we have shed some light on that. Thank you very much. And I'll turn this document in, the full version. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. There you go.
Hi, my name is Kay Myers, and I'm an IHSS provider in Nevada County and a member of my union, United Domestic Workers. I'm here today to share my story with you. I've been working in the IHSS program for less than a year, and I have 3 clients. I clean for them, take them for groceries, and most importantly, I get them to doctor appointments. One of my clients is incontinent, but still doesn't want to give that independence up. So she doesn't want much help with that. But she needs her house cleaned and help with garbage because she can barely walk. I really enjoy the work I'm doing. I enjoy the elderly, and I love to hear the stories of their lives and be a companion and someone to care for them. And that is one of the reasons I chose to work for the IHSS program. One of them was because I began caring for my parents in their last days. I wanted to have a career that was rewarding and contributed to my community. After my parents passed away, I knew this was the work I wanted to do. It's a great way for me to contribute to the community, and I know there is such a huge need for this life-saving care in Nevada County. What we do is essential. We deserve a dignified wage. We make less than fast food restaurant workers. Having a dignified wage would inspire more people to do this work and help our community. When I first got certified, I was on the registry, and over 15 people called me showing the dire need for this program. Just think of how expensive gas is. We take our clients to important doctor appointments and around the town, and our mileage is not even considered, or the use of our car. I can't even afford a decent place to live in Nevada County on the current IHSS wages. I have a 15-year-old son, and we live in a trailer infested with mold right now, so I'm in a hotel room that I can barely afford. Please help us live a life of dignity and inspire others to join this program and serve our community, just like the promise you made in your oath of office. Thank you. We deserve a raise.
Thank you, Kay.
My name is Tracy, and I am also an IHSS, that's a tongue twister, provider in Nevada County and a member of the union UDW. I've been working with IHHS program for just about a year now. I serve one client. She and I came to know one another through a shared experience of domestic violence. She is extremely disabled and mobility challenged, but definitely not ready for convalescence. So the two of us, share a home, and it benefits both of us. I'm able to care for her, and she is able to stay home. We live on pretty meager wages, and I think that anything extraordinary, you know, in terms of bills coming our way would put us in a tailspin, really. We spend our days working with others through our experience and shared hope. We counsel women on domestic violence and are active in our community giving back. And this position allows both of us to do so on a daily basis. Please take time to get to know us and see us and understand our struggles. Please keep our stories in mind when you negotiate our contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is John R. Davidson, and I'm a caregiver in Nevada County, and I'm a proud member of my union, the UDW. I take care of one client, Mary. Her diagnosis is major neurocognitive disorder with markers for Alzheimer's, and aphasia, which is the inability to find words and express herself. When I met Mary 17 years ago, I fondly called her the Energizer Bunny on steroids. She was a certified interior designer, a licensed hypnotherapist, and a licensed massage therapist, enjoying playing at an accomplished level of tennis and golf. She was forced to retire from her 57 years as a hairstylist because of this condition. Now Mary's not really in touch with how much she's lost. I help with her daily living activities. I have a durable power of attorney and run everything like the utilities, her bank account, and all medical matters. And more so than the mundane work, my job as a caregiver is to bring her to joy, and the joy that lives in her and still just innately comes forth. I'm grateful for the IHSS program. It has given us the ability to live and give back to the community. If wages and benefits don't keep up with the rising cost of living, caregivers like myself may not be able to afford taking on the necessary and rewarding work that we do. Mary has no children or family. I felt like if I didn't say yes to her care, I didn't see anyone else who would be available. I'm watching Mary disappear in front of my eyes. Alzheimer's eats away at the brain slowly. And when it reaches the brain stem, the body forgets to breathe. The body forgets to beat the heart. That's how people die of Alzheimer's. I don't want to be in fear for my future. This program is vital support, not just for Mary, but also for me. And I would ask that you have empathy and honor our work in this community by supporting our contract negotiations. And I would add, too, that the reason I felt qualified to take care of Mary was 10 years ago, Thanksgiving, I gave end-of-life care to my wife of 20 years as she died in front of my eyes with cancer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Hamilton. I live in District 2. I would just like to affirm these people and what they do. I was a private caregiver for about 20 years. I was never a part of IHSS, but the work that I did and the work that they do requires a tremendous amount of emotional output as well as perhaps physical strenuous actions. And I just want to affirm the fact that what they do is tremendously valuable. Not only does it give them maybe a sense of strength and a source of blessing to give out. But the clients that they serve, and in the limited resources that they do have, require a wage that is much higher than what they're receiving right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Good morning. Lee French, District 2, Alta Sierra, not part of VESPOA. I need to bring up a subject of the fire-safe areas. With the golf course at covering Alta Sierra proper, I'm beginning to get calls from various people in my area. I'm the block captain for a large area there. And they're complaining about the golf course piling up their needles and their logs and so on, creating a rather big fire hazard, quite visible from the road, which of course affects the property values of the entire neighborhood. I'd like to bring it to your attention that the golf course also has a responsibility to maintain a fire-safe condition. I have driven around a little bit over by Round Valley. I can see off in the distance where they are beginning to pile things up. I've talked to them about this. In fact, I didn't get a call back from the groundskeepers, but I did talk to someone yesterday and expect another call today about getting this cleaned up. They have that responsibility for the beauty of the area. They have a large area. I haven't covered all of it, and I don't plan to. But if they are there piling up flammable materials next to the road, which is unsightly and could very easily be caught on fire during our dry season, I think they need to do something with it. And what they tell me is they don't have the funding for it. If they don't have the funding for it, then maybe they should be closed down. Something needs to be done to take care of this this problem that they are creating, and I do want to talk to the OES about it also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee. Madam Clerk, do we have any callers?
Chair Schofield, we have no callers, but I did want to report that the board received 5 letters regarding the February snowstorms and the assistance that was provided by the county, specifically OES and the Sheriff's Office, from Scott Lay, the Superintendent of Schools, Chris Estebal, he's the Director of School Safety from the Superintendent of Schools, the Harms family, Dan Stewart, and Sam Jernigan, and they thank the board and they thank the county for the effort that was put in.
Very good, thank you. Is there any other public comment from the audience? All right, seeing none, I will close the public comment period. And we will go to our next agenda item, which is the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. These are either renewal contracts, amendments, or items that have previously come before the board. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. If an item is pulled by a board member, the concerns and questions asked by the members of the public will be addressed, No further public comment regarding the item will be received. Board members, any items? Supervisor Bullock?
I'd like to pull item 16. That's 0673 for the SEAT Climate Transformation Alliance.
All right. Item 16. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to pull anything? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
And no callers on consent.
Very good. Then I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item number 16.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Supervisor Bullock, seconded Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, thank you. District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Thank you, Board. And with that, we will look at item number 16. This is a resolution authorizing the county executive officer to submit a grant application to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research Integrated Climate Adaptation and Resilience Program. Supervisor Bullock?
Thank you.
Chair Schofield, at this time I invite our project administrator, Ariel Lovett, to the staff table to answer any questions that board members may have. Thank you.
Very good.
Thanks. Yeah, not a big piece. I just, when you, well, first I'll say that the Climate Transformation Alliance was this awesome partnership of a number of stakeholders that came together in Eastern County. And as the board objective has outlined, obviously this is a county-wide initiative. I just wanted to mention for anybody listening in Eastern County that while the staff report outlines the Western County objective of tilting up this additional CTA type organization here, the actual grant application is for a county-wide Climate Transformation Alliance and in support of our board objectives. So I just wanted to make that note because if read or taken out of context, it would appear that it was only benefiting Western County. So I just want to make that note. Huge support for what you're doing and bringing this objective to the board and also this specific grant application. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Hardy. Supervisors, any other comments? Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
So move to adopt 0673.
A second.
Motion Supervisor Bullock, seconded Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Thank you. All right, at this time, we are going to recess the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors and convene the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors. And the only item on the agenda is the consent calendar, and I've just read the consent calendar from the public comment, so we will go forward with that. Is there any item you would like to pull? Any supervisors? Very good. Anyone from the public that would like to pull anything on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion Supervisor Hook, seconded Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Okay, and with that, we will open the public comment period for the sanitation district. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the board on items that are of interest to the public and with the subject matter of the Nevada County Sanitation Board Number 1. Is there any members of the public that would like to speak? Madam Clerk, any calls?
No callers, Chair.
Very good.
Can I say something, Ed?
Yes, you may,
Just
sir.
nothing to do. I just want to say, like, through all of this storm and weather that we've gone through, for that department, as small as it really is, they've done a tremendous job, and I just like to thank them for that. We have more storm coming, and when you look at our sewer system and how it works all through our county, I mean, when you get up into the snow And when you get, and just looking like needing this generator for North San Juan, so they're spread out really in a lot of different areas. And so just want to thank them all for the hard work that they do, because some of them have been out in the night trying to uncover and make sure everything's up to par and working. So just a thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I think we all echo that too. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting of the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 and reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of March 28th, 2023. And our next item is Aaron Metler, Public Health. Get my agenda moved. This is a resolution proclaiming April 3rd through the 9th, 2023 as Public Health Week in Nevada County.
Thank you, Chair Schofield. Good morning, Supervisors. Aaron Metler, Interim Public Health Director. And I'm thrilled to be here this morning to talk a little bit about your Public Health Department in anticipation of National Public Health Week, which kicks off next week. So I wanted to go over a little bit about our public health system. This is largely illustrative to show that public health touches a lot of different areas, from tribal health to elected officials to law enforcement to nursing homes, home health, dentists, and mental health. Public health is in the center, and we think about public health as not your primary medical provider, but more as your community health. We are interested in the larger community of Nevada County and how the overall health of the county impacts individuals. Public health is an organized field. We are based in foundational public health services, which include communicable disease control, chronic disease, environmental public health, maternal, child, and family health, and access and linkage to critical care. We have 10 essential public health services that are largely based in assessment, in policy development, and assurance. And these are governed by our Community Health Assessment Plan, which we are about to kick off a renewal of next month, as well as our Community Health Improvement Plan, which is an action document based upon the assessment of how we are going to close the gaps identified in the community health assessment to improve public health in Nevada County. Public health as a field is based in the social determinants of health, which are non-medical areas that do have impact on individual health. We have an estimated economic burden of chronic disease in Nevada County. This is from a study from UC Merced in November of 2022. And you can see just the top conditions of chronic health challenges that Nevada County faces as a community and the cost over time. Your Nevada County Health Department is small but mighty. We are 41 full-time employees strong. We can surge to a workforce of over 50, and we do that through temporary and part-time assistance. You saw this during the pandemic when we increased our response exponentially. We operate out of 4 different locations, and we serve the entire population of Nevada County, so just over 100,000 people. We operate on a $12 million annual budget. That budget was bolstered over the last few years with one-time COVID funds. We're seeing those funds be expended and expire in the next year or so. And we are nationally accredited, and this is a really big deal. We are one of 26 out of 62 local health jurisdictions that are nationally accredited from the Public Health Accreditation Board. And the graph that you see, we are the green bars. So we scored 100% in almost all of the domains as compared to our peers. So what does Nevada County Public Health do? We prevent the spread of disease, injuries, and other health conditions. We promote healthy behaviors and healthy environments. And we protect against environmental and natural disasters and respond to public health emergencies and disaster events when they occur. We do this through our 4 divisions of administration, client care services, emergency preparedness, and health and wellness. Our administration division covers vital records, accreditation, health equity, our public health officer, and Medi-Cal administrative activities. Our client care services, I won't read all of these, but you get the drift. This is a big area of communicable disease control. Also has maternal child adolescent health, family planning, and our nurses, both senior outreach nurses, foster care nurses, immunization nurses, and others. Our emergency preparedness section works a lot with hospitals and emergency medical care in the community to make sure that in the event of an emergency, we are prepared to assist our entire community. That takes planning and that takes exercises to make sure that our skill sets are current and that we can meet whatever emergency comes our way. Our health and wellness division is our education arm. This is where prevention comes in. We are in schools, we are talking with community groups, we partner with nonprofits, and we educate on tobacco use, alcohol and other drugs, suicide prevention, women, infants, and children, or WIC, HIV case management and testing, and our local oral health program. This is just a snapshot of how we responded during COVID-19. Over the past 3 years, our staff all pivoted from their normal day-to-day roles and responded to the emergency. We did this through communication, through interpreting state guidance, which changed sometimes twice a day. We had testing resources, we did quarantine and isolation support, and vaccinations. And most of all, we supported those disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. National Public Health Week for 2023. Our theme is centering and celebrating cultures in health. And what you see on the screen before you are some reflections from our public health team. It's part of a social media campaign that we're going to be launching next week. I have staff from public health in the audience, and I'm going to put them on the spot and ask them to stand and be recognized. I have had the pleasure of leading this team for the past 3 months, and they are extraordinary county employees. And with that, I say thank you. And National Public Health Week starts April 3rd. It does end, despite what that slide shows. And please check out our social media all next week. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it does end at the end of the week, but it doesn't end, does it, Aaron?
No, not at all.
I think we've all become very aware of the Public Health Department the last few years and appreciate all the efforts that's gone into the programs and what you do for our county. I think I'm going to open it up to public comments first before I get to the board. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this issue? Not issue. Celebration. Thank you, Sue. Okay. Madam Clerk, is there anybody online?
There's no callers.
Very good. Then I will bring it back to the board, and I think I'll start with you, Sue.
Thanks, Chair. Well, just this is a great way. It is a celebration, right? For all the work and hard. It's been a challenge, I mean, over time. And I guess I was always just, when I first came onto this, I had the board, I had no idea of all the diversity and directions that public health went. So congratulations to you all for celebrating this week, and thank you for the work that you do and your passion for the work that you do, because it really does take somebody special in that position. So thank you all so much. And Aaron, thank you for stepping up as our interim. We really appreciate you being there.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Lisa?
I will echo all of that. Thank you for all the hard work that you do. I think that the last 3 years has really elevated the Public Health Department in the eyes of the public, and I think you guys have done a fantastic job. I first learned about public health when I went through the Citizens Academy in 2018, and I knew that these things were happening in our community, but I had no idea who did any of the work. So if anybody is interested in learning more about all facets of the community, but in particular public health and behavioral health, I highly recommend it. It was a great education. The other day, I ran into Jill Blake, your former leader, downtown, and she's looking very relaxed. But also a big thank you to all the hard work that she's done and the work that you continue to do.
Thank you, Lisa. Heidi?
Yeah, great big thank you to all of you, starting with you, Aaron, for stepping up. A nod backwards to Jill Blake, who I think was the spearhead behind getting the accreditation. And what an amazing thing that you reached 100% on all those pieces of the accreditation. That's truly a sign that we have an excellent, excellent public health department, that you care about the quality of what you're doing, and that you do a great job. And thank you for bringing the folks from public health here so we could celebrate them. You are our heroes. You've done an amazing, amazing job. I appreciate you very, very much, and I hope that you know that many other people do too, who don't necessarily know exactly who to thank. But they do thank you. They're out there. Thank you so much.
Hardy?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, congratulations. Could you pull up the graph again? It went so quick, but I think that's quite impressive. Bar chart.
Jeff might have to help me.
Anyway, I just wanted to understand exactly what we were looking at there. And I remember the certification process and being notified about that, but that's quite impressive. Yeah, unbelievable. And, I just want to congratulate you on that success and the best to Jill as well for her contributions. When I became a supervisor, it was like immediately public health. That was the center of what our board was doing. And it was, I just didn't know anything about it, nor had I prepped for it, except for the COVID pandemic that we were all facing. And I think I'm really proud of this board for standing behind public health during a really difficult period in our county and our nation's history. And so we've always stood behind you. We still stand behind you, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for doing the tough work that you have to do every day. We don't always see it, but we appreciate it, and I'm just glad we can celebrate and share that with you. So thank you again so much.
Thank you, Hardy. And I echo my colleagues, Aaron. Thank you so much for what you do. And I will say, too, it's such a broad subject, and it goes far beyond COVID. There's just so much as we start to look at the budget, so much of it coming in is going to have to do with public health. So going to be working with you, Hardy and I will be working with you in the budget subcommittee, and we're looking forward to that. And again, I appreciate the work that all of you do. And with that, I'd like to read the resolution first, and then we'll vote on it. And then I think this would be an opportunity for a photo op, I would believe. So, the resolution, whereas during the first week of April 2023, Nevada County Public Health will join with public health systems across the country in celebrating National Public Health Week, and the theme is Centering and Celebrating Cultures in Health. And whereas since 1995, the American Public Health Association has brought together communities across the United States during the first full week of April to observe National Public Health Week as a time to recognize the contribution to public health, and in doing so, reaffirm its role in a national movement of people, communities, and organizations who are working to ensure everyone has an opportunity to live a healthy lifestyle. And whereas, in participating in National Public Health Week, Nevada County will focus its efforts on raising awareness of critical health issues such as creating healthy communities, violence prevention, infection disease outbreaks, prevention of communicable and chronic diseases, and health disparities, all of which threaten the health and well-being of our children, families, and communities. And whereas a strong public health system is an essential element in sustaining community health and improving the vitality and quality of life for people of all ages and walks of life. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has magnified the visibility of social inequities prevalent in and between our communities, and has also shown us the importance of a robust public health system that is informed by the cultural nuances of the communities being served. And whereas a pillar of Nevada County's public health system is the extensive and effective collaboration which exists among a wide range of public and private sector partners which work to promote and foster a healthier Nevada County for us and the generations to come. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the Board of Supervisors proclaims the week of April 3rd through the 9th, 2023 as Public Health Week in Nevada County. And with that, I will entertain a motion so that we may proclaim that.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Seconded Supervisor Bullock. Madam Clerk.
District 4,
District 4, yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. And with that, let's bring everybody up and we'll do a picture. Maybe we'll have you folks down in front and we can stand back here. Did you break it, Aaron? There you go. All right. Let's see. And our next item, we will have Rachel Penna. This is a resolution proclaiming April 10th through the 14th, 2023 as Eligibility and Employment Week in Nevada County. Rachel?
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Schofield and honorable supervisors. Thank you so much for having us. I am Rachel Pena. I'm your Social Services Director, and I have with me Lisa Hay, one of our Human Services specialists, and we're so excited to be here today to talk about this item. We could go to the next slide. So this is the first time that we've been here to discuss our eligibility and employment team. I want to make it really clear, this is a whole team. So eligibility and employment workers, we're also working behind the scenes to get a number of services out to our community, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. But it takes every single one of us. We've got an incredible training team. We've got health and human services workers. We've got, human services specialists, eligibility workers, social workers in our CalWorks team, our incredible clerical staff that are the first face that our customers see when they come into our offices. So I just want to make it really clear. And others that I'm probably forgetting are leads or supervisors, our program managers, but this really is an incredible team. This is a team that administers public assistance programs that reduce food insecurity, strengthen health outcomes, provide security, provide housing, both temporary and permanent housing to families, and develop valuable workplace skills to support local families and assist with the journey to self-sufficiency. So just a really quick overview in the last year of what this team has accomplished for our community. We have provided 1,220 emergency food bags to customers in Western and Eastern counties. So anybody can come into our lobbies, and we have ready food through a partnership with Interfaith Food Ministries. We have food ready to go, so people don't have to wait for their CalFresh benefits to be issued, or if for whatever reason, they're in need of food immediately, we have it right there on site. And that has been a program that's been taken advantage of quite a bit in serving our community. So we also have supported 55 families with permanent housing, 45 with transitional housing. We've placed 40 participants in subsidized employment positions with businesses and nonprofit organizations. We've been here before and talked about our partnerships with youth employment as well. So we have our youth employment programs, and so we expect that next year that number will grow. We've provided actually 9,000 families and about 14,000 individuals with CalFresh benefits in the last year, and provided 26,000 individuals, just under 26,000 individuals with healthcare coverage through Medi-Cal. And if you just stop to think about that number for a moment, that's over a quarter of our entire population that is connected to healthcare, vital healthcare, through the work of this team. We've issued just under $44 million in federal and state funds that have all been spent in our community, have been spent with local landlords, have been spent on housing, on medical care, on food with our local stores, grocery stores, and on other needs that are vital to individuals and families. So that supports the economic development in our community as well. And this crew does what they do because they care deeply. This is a values-driven group, and so I wanted to highlight some of our values. All of the work that we do is provided through this lens. We talk about this regularly, so this comes up in everyday conversation. It comes up in our recruitment. You'll see more about that, but we're a heart-centered crew. That means that we are driven by our values. It means that we're kind and compassionate, that we do what we do because we love what we're doing and the people that we're serving. Excellence, again, I talked about our training team, but we're constantly sharpening our saw and striving to get better. Adaptability, can't say enough about this one. This is the crew that is your first responders in any sheltering needs. So through the pandemic, when, again, Erin mentioned that the rules are changing, sometimes twice daily, that was true for eligibility as well. So we adapt to whatever's needed, whatever's going on in our community. If we need to issue emergency benefits because people's power have been out, if we need to stop what we're doing and go to the shelter to support those operations, we do that. This is the team that gets that done. And that's because we do have a strong sense of responsibility for the wellness of our community. We also take responsibility for our own learning. That's part of this value for our personal and professional growth. And we work together as a team and in service of our community. Again, the only reason that this team exists is to serve this community. And we take that very seriously. And although we take it very seriously, we also love to have fun. So that we were looking for a way to incorporate that into hearts, and fun just felt like the exclamation point at the end of our values statement. So, so to kind of show you a little bit more about how much fun it is to be part of this team, our team put together a recruitment video. This was something that was conceived of, written by, filmed by, directed by, acted in, and entirely put together by our team of eligibility and employment workers. And this is so that we can show prospective team members what it's like to be a part of our eligibility and employment team. So I'd love to show that now. And this is, I will just say, this is the first time I've seen it too. It's risky business here.
Here we value teamwork and fun. We can get a lot more done when we work together, and we like to celebrate each other's accomplishments.
What I value most about working here is the people that I work with. Our team lifts each other up in ways that gives us the determination to give back to our community in meaningful and impactful ways, which in turn allows me to fill my cup.
Come to our farmers markets and experience how the benefits we serve our community enriches the lives of everyone.
You get to telework where your pets can lurk, and when your workday is done, you're already home for fun.
Nevada County encourages a work-life balance so that I can go to our great parks with my children and enjoy all those precious moments.
Swim in our lakes and rivers, hike our numerous trails, ski our beautiful mountains, explore our abundant forests and rich historic areas.
Entre nuestras 3 oficinas, estando a 1 hora de Sacramento, media hora de Reno y 15 minutos de Lake Tahoe y muy cerca a Donner Lake para almorzar.
We strive to build a fantastic team that's guided by our heart's values. Serving our community with excellence, compassion, and respect is our passion, but it's also our responsibility. To do this, we stay open-minded and curious, we assume positive intent, we take ownership of our mistakes and responsibility for our own personal and professional development. We also stay flexible and adaptable, and we love to have fun. We hope that you want to join this amazing team, and we look forward to meeting you.
Okay, so I think most of the stars of that video are here in this room. So anyway, we're just really excited to invite people to this team. And I also I wanted to invite Lisa here to share how she became a human services specialist, because I think her story just perfectly demonstrates the incredible life-changing work that this team is doing together in our community. And Lisa's one for sure, one of our rock stars. She's been an incredible asset to the department. And so I want to turn it over to her.
Thank you. And just be aware that I can't get through this without crying, so bear with me.
Lisa, move the speaker a little closer to your mouth. There you go.
Being a single mom, without very good work history, my family and I really struggled to get by. I'm also very nervous, so thank you.
Don't be nervous, he says.
For a time, we were homeless, living in an RV, parking wherever we could find a spot. The living situation and the lack of stability severely affected my 2 boys. My older son started running away from school daily and refused to stay in class. Due to that, I was unable to keep a job. My other son also started to show signs of PTSD. The services that I received from this incredible department made it possible for me to sit in this seat today. For a time, the RV was our only mode of transportation, which made it difficult to afford gas. I was able to receive support through CalWorks, which made it a little easier to get by. This program helped me by providing money on a monthly basis so that I could afford transportation. By receiving CalFresh, I was able to feed my children and by receiving Medi-Cal, I was able to get all of us into incredible therapy through Children's Behavioral Health and Victor Services. I chose to voluntarily receive services from child welfare. This was the best decision that I could have made for my children and me. CalWorks, Child Welfare, Children's Behavioral Health, and Victor Services completely wrapped me and my boys up in support and helped guide me into making better choices. My boys started showing great progress. I was able to get my older son into a special school where he could have all the support that he needed to feel safe in class, and his running started to decrease. He learned how to communicate his needs and how to moderate his feelings. My younger son and I were able to do PCIT therapy, where the therapist would watch us play behind a mirrored glass. The therapist would speak to me through an earbud and tell me how to interact with my son. This helped us learn how to communicate in a healthy way and set boundaries. I would not have had these services or even the option to these services without Medi-Cal. My boys and I grew tired of living in our cold RV, moving from place to place, so we chose to stay at Hospitality House. We stayed at Hospitality House for 30 days, and then we were placed at Booth Family Center. The housing support program offered through Welfare to Work funded our stay there for 9 months. During that time, I started receiving services from Welfare to Work and Connecting Point. In order to continue receiving CalWorks, I was required to check in with a social worker on a monthly basis and do a certain number of hours weekly, taking classes with Connecting Point. Through these classes, I learned how to write a professional resume, and I learned several job skills. I mentioned to one of the case managers at Connecting Point that I was interested in seeking a career through social services so that I could be in a position to give back and help someone just like I was helped. They informed me that an internship position had just posted for social services. Connecting Point helped me apply for the position, and they helped me practice for the interview by doing several mock interviews. I feel very lucky today that I was able to be an intern for this department for 6 months. During that time, I learned many valuable skills such as customer service skills, clerical skills, and interviewing skills. I also made some wonderful friendships. When my internship ended, I was able to get a job immediately at Safeway, and within a year, I was hired as a health tech for adult behavioral health. I really enjoyed working at behavioral health, but I always knew my calling was in social services, so I went back to school to obtain my AA degree. I obtained my AA degree in psychology in June of 2021. And was hired as a human services specialist 1 on April 1st, 2022. I sit here very proud today. My boys are doing very well in school now and even like being in class. They are kind, helpful, and we have healthy boundaries and great communication. We have a great place that we call home, and we have stability. I now also get to have a healthy and loving relationship with my daughter. I do not know where we would be without the support we received from Nevada County Social Services, and I don't want to imagine it. This department changes lives, and I feel so blessed to be a part of it now. I also want to say my boys are here today.
All right. There you go.
We have our child actors here as well. Yeah,
We're
so-
proud to have you on our team, Lisa. Thank you for your story.
Thank you.
Yes, and
Rachel.
so with that, I just want to say how proud we are of the services that we provide. And also, I mean, I just want to say we're incredibly lucky to have Lisa here as well. She's just incredible. She was the force behind the recruitment video that you saw. She's such an incredible asset to the team. So I feel like we're lucky. Thank you. And so with that, I just want to thank you guys for giving us the time today. And we thank you for proclaiming April 10th through the 14th as Eligibility and Employment Appreciation Week. And we have a lot of fun things planned to celebrate this team. And this is like our kickoff. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Let's go into the public comment. Is there anybody that would like to come forward and speak on this celebration? Thank you, Sue. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any callers or letters?
There's no callers or letters, Chair.
Very good. Then Heidi, I think I'll start with you.
Thank you. Thank you for this nice presentation. Gosh, we really should just call April Public Service Month, right? First of all, just start with the fact that everyone deserves a roof over their head. Everyone deserves food. Everyone deserves a chance to live a decent, relatively at least comfortable life and not have to worry about where their next meal is coming from. So everything you all are doing to help people get there is so appreciated, and so it's blessed work, really it is. And I think it just, Lisa, your story shows that if we give people a chance that they might need, we benefit from it in the end. There's so many great people like you out there with skills who just need a hand up, and that's what you guys are all doing. And then we can all work together to keep that cycle going. Thank you so much. I'm proud of all of you. Appreciate the work you do. Very brave of you, Lisa. I know you're going to continue to do a great job. And hey, to your kids, hang in there, sticking with mom like you are. You have a beautiful little family, and congratulations to you.
Thank you, Heidi. Artie?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa, for your courage to stand up there and tell your story. It's touching and it's powerful, and you worked your butt off, right? And you got there, which is the moral of the story I always carry for myself too. So I just want to thank you for working hard, because there's a lot of other alternative outcomes, and you made your situation absolutely incredible for you and your family. So congratulations. And thanks again for taking the time to be here. I was kind of reflecting on the depth and breadth of all the service offerings. It's taken me a long time to understand everything that you do, and I still don't claim that, but I'm looking forward to going through the budget process. But one thing that kind of strikes me is the application of policy to the human experience, right? And so we're working in a bureaucratic environment that has to dole out dollars, but you have the human experience and you're that bridge. You connect all the policy work that we do and the money that we get on all these sources to the human experience and the human condition to make somebody's life better. And you make a change every day, which there's not a lot of jobs out there that you can concretely say that you made a change in somebody's life today, and you do that. Just absolute gratitude. And, I'm really just proud of all of you guys, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Artie. Lisa?
Thank you. So what I love about social services is that really, truly your job is to lift people up. And I think oftentimes you're probably seeing people when it's the hardest and darkest times in their lives, but the positivity that you show in this community to really lifting people up is extremely impressive. And I'm very grateful for all the work that you do to really help people, and how many different areas of the community you touch, whether it's employment or housing or food insecurity. I love the connection with the farmers markets. Rachel, your predecessor, explained to me one time that his department was the largest economic development department in the county. And with your presentation today, I really see that. So thank you, everybody, for all your hard work. And Lisa, thank you for telling your story. I've sat in that seat before. I know it is nerve-wracking, and I really appreciate that you came forward and shared with us. And good luck to you and everybody out here for the hard work that you do. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Sue?
Well, my colleagues all said this so eloquently. They kind of touched everything except for, I love that you live life through your heart, right? That's what we all have to do in this community. And Lisa, today you probably touched somebody that didn't know this, and you're going to transform their life through what you just shared with all of us. And that was heart. I love it. It shows what you're doing works in our community. And there is a path. There's a path when you're feeling in that darkest moment. You just have to reach out, and there's somebody there to kind of lift you up. So truly, what a great week to celebrate you guys. And I think we need to celebrate you all year long. So thank you all for what you do and continue to do, and keep doing it from your hearts. And we're to see those steps that continue to help people grow in Nevada County. So thank you all.
Thank you, Sue. And I echo this also. I guess the thing that I kind of see is the fact that here we have your team, Rachel, and we're already celebrating Public Health Week and how they all fit together. And the fact I know you know each other, and I know you work together, and I think it's another thing that makes our county so special, I believe. And Lisa, your story is just incredible. I noticed Sue had a bit of a hanky up to her eye. So thank you for sharing so much with you. It kind of brings to life the situations that people have out there that we hear about, but we don't actually get to see. And you've done that for us, so thank you so very much. So what I'd like to do, again, is I'll read the resolution, and then we'll bring it to the board for a vote, and then we'll do a photo op with your team also, Rachel. Okay, this is the Board of Supervisors. This is a resolution proclaiming April 10th to the 14th, 2023 as Eligibility and Employment Week in Nevada County. Whereas Nevada County eligibility and employment workers have tirelessly helped to improve the quality of life for Nevada County citizens in one of the most difficult and important jobs in the social services system. And whereas eligibility and employment workers are experts in their field and often provide support to Nevada County during major weather events and wildfires to further support our citizens, and whereas eligibility and employment workers engage in a partnership with individual agencies and local organizations to provide essential services through economic assistance programs to the citizens of Nevada County, and whereas eligibility and employment workers strive to maintain a high standard of ethics and values as demonstrated in their excellent customer service, teamwork, inclusivity, responsibility, and adaptability in providing core services to Nevada County. And whereas Nevada County is encouraged to recognize social service, eligibility, and employment workers for their dedication and contributions to the citizens of our county. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the Board of Supervisors approves this resolution proclaiming April 10th through the 14th, 2023 as Eligibility and Employment Week in Nevada County. And with that, one piece in there that we forgot to mention, and that was warming centers, wildfires, snowmageddons. You're the first department that's called to go out there. So thank you so very, very much. And with that, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hook.
Second.
Second Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Okay, Rachel, we can do a photo op. How big's your team? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do the same thing.
I think that'll be good. Okay, is everyone ready? Where's the chair? All right, and 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Yeah, but you have to get there quick, like as soon as this.
Madam Clerk, maybe we can take a quick recess for a while.
That's a good idea. Thank you,
Very
Chair.
good, very good. Maybe 5 minutes? All right, we'll reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of March 28th, 2023. And our next agenda item is Sheriff Moon. This is a resolution authorizing execution of a contract with Flock Group Incorporated for software services and access to Flock hardware that will provide capabilities for searching video files for the purpose of law enforcement investigations in the amount of $78,750, and approve the related budget amendment, and this does require a 4/5 affirmative vote. Shannon? Sheriff?
Chair Schofield, Board of Supervisors, thank you so much. Sheriff Shannon Moon here. Also with me is Operations Captain Sam Brown, who's provided an overview of this presentation for this item. We are requesting this item for investigative purposes to help with the dynamic issues that occur in our county. We've waited a little while other agencies within our county have tested this exact system, and we've come to the place where we're asking for approval for this purchase. Captain Brown, please.
Honorable board members, Chair Schofield, appreciate the time to be able to present. Along with me, excuse me, also through my presentation online, in case there's questions afterwards, we have a representative from Flock, Hector Solomon Valdez, who can assist in answering any technical questions that maybe I can't answer for you. But I just wanted you guys to be aware that he was on virtually with us today. So, you know, the biggest thing that we're going to talk about is the why, and our partner agencies in the local area have started to go to Flock. Grass Valley's been utilizing the Flock system for a little over a year, I believe, and Truckee Police Department just approved the installation and moving forward on the Flock system. I believe Nevada City is also looking at what they're going to do. What's our goal for Flock? I mean, it's the same goal that we have, I think, for the Sheriff's Office in general, and it's to increase public safety for the whole community, and looking at ways of how we do that. When we were looking for a vendor, we were trying to figure out what would match and what looks at what we're doing, and Flock has some unique software that allows their cameras to do some pretty incredible things, but also their mission. They're looking at eliminating crime. They want to do that in an ethical service. And they have a really limited data retention, and I use limited very carefully because it is 30 days, and we'll talk about that a little bit more, but you have to have it long enough to be able to make it useful, but not too long to have it where it's extending past where it could be used for maybe things down the road that people wouldn't consider to be ethical. And so there's a retention policy in place to stop that. And really what they're trying to do as an entity is to provide objective evidence, which in law enforcement, that's what we're looking for, is things that take some human bias out of things so that we're looking at facts and details that we can provide to the court system. So why Flock safety? The reality is that we're in a county of a little over 950 square miles, and our law enforcement can't be everywhere. And in order to have eyes out by placing cameras into various areas in the county, that allows us to at least be able to see still shots of a vehicle or a license plate that may otherwise get away and escape some of our things that go on. We've had a recent robbery that occurred in the county, and unfortunately with just drive time and getting to places, we weren't able to get there in time. We were able to get a vehicle description and have that information. Having a system like Flock with cameras posted in egress and ingress locations could have potentially helped us to locate that vehicle, or if anything else, identify the vehicle so that the real work could occur. All of these still frames are great. The information that comes with it is great, but it's still hard work of law enforcement to do the investigative portion of it. It's not just the easy answer to everything. A still frame picture is just a still frame picture, but it allows us to investigate and try to figure things out and try to coordinate our response where we're at. And ultimately, we're trying to just meet the community expectations of their sheriff's office. So by having the technology and the cameras in the different areas, it gives us the opportunity to spread where things are at, tell us where potentially a vehicle of interest is at, and head that way. It also helps us with our various missing persons cases. We took over, I think, 250 missing persons cases last year, which is pretty astronomical when you look at the size and shape of our office. Again, we're trying to capture and distribute objective evidence. And so this isn't something where you're just sitting on there and you're watching cameras and you're watching cars and you're looking at the things that are going by. We either have a call that comes in or some sort of piece of evidence that we want to be able to see if a car comes through a location or if it's headed in a direction. That way we can send law enforcement into that way. So we're not sitting there and perusing the system. And there's a lot of audits and things that are engaged that I'll talk about that help prevent some of the misuse that people may be concerned about. And we really want to engage our community to support and grow. And that's part of what we're doing with the Grass Valley and the Truckee Police Department. As they put in their flock systems, these are all systems that can be bound together and essentially expand, and then we have the capabilities and the benefit of everybody's cameras, not just our own that we're looking to purchase. So how does it work? Here's the meat and potatoes, right? When you get flock, you're basically purchasing a camera. There's a permit process for installing the cameras throughout the county at locations that we're looking to select, and it then is going to take photographs of a vehicle, and it takes photographs of tons of vehicles as they drive by. And Flock has some proprietary software that allows them to do what they call a vehicle fingerprint, and that basically is beyond just a license plate. You could say, I'm looking for a black Prius or a Subaru with a roof rack. That wouldn't work too well in Truckee, I know, but if we were looking for something like that, we'd be wanting to find the vehicle. This really could be helpful in things like missing persons cases. We're adding alerts to the local alerting system. So you now have your Amber Alert, your Silver Alert, your Feather Alert, and it's going into all these different things that put out all this great information. But if you don't have somebody there to see that vehicle, then the information is useless. And Flock amplifies that by putting eyes on the street. As you can see in the PowerPoint, they're going to provide you with the license plate. The last time that vehicle passed, you essentially will have a direction of travel based on the photograph. It'll give you a make of the vehicle, the color, and a number of times it was seen. So if we have a repeat offender that was stealing catalytic converters down in certain areas of the county, we would be able to potentially see that going back and forth and build a trend, and maybe we can coordinate our law enforcement efforts based on things of that nature. It does not do facial recognition, it's not tracking people, and it's not going to do any traffic enforcement. So those aren't the types of things that we're looking for. I had the opportunity to have some really great conversation and some great questions regarding what are the issues Flock brings with immigration and things of that nature. And there's already laws in California that prevent us from turning over information to ICE or Borders and Customs for immigration purposes, and Flock is not beyond that. We're not allowed to share that information. There's laws that are there, and we come and we present on the Values Act for the board annually from the jail. All of those same things apply. I don't want to confuse that with, though, that if there was an immigrant who committed a heinous crime and met those qualifications to have law enforcement cooperation in those things, that couldn't happen. But we're not tracking the person, we're tracking the car. So the car would have to be listed as being involved in a heinous crime. Supervisor Hall and I had the opportunity to talk, and we talked about some real conversation about abortion. It went right over my head, so it was the first time where, usually I'm pretty good at talking and answering things, but it went right over my head, and I was a little stumped. And I'd like to say on my morals and ethics that we wouldn't be doing those things, but here we are, and Roe v. Wade is under jeopardy throughout the country, and there's lots of battles going on. County Council helped us out a lot. I worked with Jen Walters. We did some research. We were looking into things and did find that it would not be something that's possible. They could not, a state could issue a warrant for somebody. That wouldn't come up on Flock because the warrant's on the person. It wouldn't typically go into the vehicle license plate, which is what we're tracking. And so the person wouldn't have it. So if somebody has a warrant as an individual, we're not going to find them with the Flock system because cars don't have warrants. People do, and we're running the plates versus the vehicle system that exists. And so the entries that go into the vehicle system is what's going to give us feedback. And so unless, and there are some exceptions, homicides, things of that nature, there's some pretty heinous crimes that you can list a vehicle associated. And I think in my career of 20 years, our office did that one time for a homicide that occurred up in Truckee, and that was it. And so it is a pretty rare exception. Other safeguards on the abortion topic, because it was a pretty good question and it leads to lots of other questions, is our governor has put in some protective measures. And in fact, that if somebody did have a warrant, even if we found them outside of the Flock system, we still wouldn't be able to extradite them anywhere because the governor has said he would not file for a governor's warrant, which is what would be needed to extradite somebody out of the state. So there's a lot of protections that would prevent things of that nature from happening. Sorry, I lost my screen up here. So what does it do? The system essentially has license plate recognition. It will look for plates and vehicles, like I told you. It's going to gather the evidence of things that I told you, and it's also going to alert our people in real time if a car passes by. CHP provided us a list. I was pretty shocked. It was about 5 pages of lists of stolen vehicles, and we would have no idea in the county. So that's 5 pages of people living in Nevada County whose cars were stolen, and we would not be able to track or find those. And if they left the area and things of that nature, it'd be hard to locate. And so things of that nature were stolen property and issues of that nature. We'd be able to locate those things. And so we could use it to help solve crime and at the same time adhering to state law. And I'll talk about our policy that helps us stay in line with that. What I really want to emphasize is what it doesn't do. It's not going to do facial recognition, like I said before. It's not going to be tied to personal identifiable information. We call that PII. And it's not going to be used to do traffic enforcement and do those things. However, if you have a DUI accident and somebody hit somebody and ran, we could use that to enter the plate or locate the vehicle if we knew a time frame of when it passed by. And I think it's important to emphasize that the data is not stored beyond the 30 days. How do we mitigate risks? Some of it, I think Flock already put in place because in order to have a vendor do the things that we're asking them to do, they have to already adhere to a lot of things. They worked with a lot of agencies all across the country. Specifically, our policy is based on one out of Vallejo where they worked with the ACLU, who brings lots of great concerns. And I think Flock tries to answer those reasonably and responsibly so that they're working within some of those concerns, but still affording us the ability to help track some of these concerns. The footage would be owned by Nevada County Sheriff's Office and it's never sold or shared by Flock. I talked about the 30-day retention. And also the retention period is that we have enough time to investigate things, but it doesn't hold for forever and it goes away. And they tried to decide, you know, when I talked with Flock, I'm like, why 30 days? And they get questions about 60 or 90, and some agencies ask for longer. But the reality is 30 days gives us enough time to probably investigate most crimes. And to go beyond that, you know, the question is why? Why do you have that? And our goal isn't to track people and to watch people. Our goal is to try to solve crimes that are happening here or locate some of our missing people or endangered people that are out and about. It takes a sense of human bias out of it. We talked about that for a little bit. All of the stuff is stored on the cloud. We have already gone through with IS and communicated with them as we were preparing to move forward on this project. They reviewed all the things, and I believe we're good in the IS world. I'd have to probably have somebody much smarter than me come forward, but Ken Baker was great at working with us to get all the paperwork through and ensure that we're going to meet all the criteria for CJIS and things that were required in law enforcement to meet. So if you are going to search on Flock, and this is a big question everybody's going to have, as a user, as a deputy, you go onto it and you are essentially going to have to enter in a user ID number. You're going to have to enter in either an incident number or a case number, and you also have to put in your reason for why you're searching for the vehicle. And then that all will be audited on the back end of that as well. So you can't just log into the system on your own just because you want to look at something. It will be tracked and it will be attached to something. And so that's a safeguard that's built in, and it's also built into policy. That's important because I think the public worries about abuse and things that occur in law enforcement and in other areas. Most of the things I read from the ACLU regarding abuse already existed with NCIC and things of that nature. But I'd also like to say, at least in California, there's crimes attached with those things when you violate those things. And there's nothing worse for law enforcement than to have somebody abusing where we're at, because I think what Sheriff Moon emphasizes a lot is we work on community trust. And she tells me on a regular basis, your job is to listen to people and understand where they're coming from so that we could provide a better service. If we break that trust, then what good are we for the community? And so we have no vested interest in doing that. And we've left our policy in a draft mode so that we could hear public comment, we could hear from all of you folks, and ensure that we're trying to build the best policy we can to cover our needs and still also cover what we need for goals for keeping the community safe. There's also a transparency portal. I think this is important. It doesn't give all of the information and everything that's going on. It's not giving people other people's license plates and things of that nature. But what it does do is allows a customizable dashboard. It'll tell you how many cars were checked, how many things went through the system, and there's a few other changes you can make. You can also see, and I know it's small on here, I don't know that I have enough time to pull up one of the other pages, but it does show who agencies-wise you are sharing with, and that's that big block on the right with all those agencies that are listed in there. And it does allow for that to come up. And what I haven't seen through Flock's many, many years is Flock in civil and criminal lawsuits for the abuse of this system, or where law enforcement agencies are abusing this system. I think there's a lot of protections in place, included from law enforcement ourselves, but also from the vendor, because you're not going to be successful if you betray public trust, and that's not the goal here. And I think they've done a good job of trying to have a transparency page, which we do intend to implement when we upon approval, if we're approved. Biggest thing for us, I think, is policy. I don't have time to go through it. I did send it to you guys. I think it was attached to the board agenda. We really want to be transparent and make sure everybody knows, but we threw definitions and applicable authorities throughout. Lexipol does a good job of helping with that. And again, Vallejo designed the base of this policy with the ACLU to provide good information. We do have an administration side and an operation side on how do we audit and check things and give people out user IDs, and how do we make sure we're using it appropriately. What's our training, and how do we make sure that everybody's signed off so they don't just get access blindly? We have to provide them with the training program. And then what's the data collection and retention? And it'll be to the 30 days. And our biggest thing, I think, is the accountability, the safeguards, and the audits, and I explained some of that to you guys already. So in short, hopefully I went through this in a decent amount of time and covered most of the things, and I can answer questions. We're looking for a pilot program for 1 year, and a big question came up is, why is this getting pushed through so quickly? I would argue that we're still going to have to come to the board and provide a presentation even if we came later, but our goal was to go to budget subcommittee. When we spoke with the vendor, unfortunately, their prices are going to go up in April, and they weren't just going to go up a little bit, they were going to go up pretty significantly at about 25%, so about I think it was $26,000, and then the recurring cost also actually was significant. And so this isn't to try to push it through and to bamboozle people. We're really looking at how do we be reasonable with funds and things of that nature, and we do believe in this program. We do intend to go there. And so the ongoing costs will be about $66,000, assuming no additional cameras are added at a later time. And it's going to be covered by a special revenue fund, which is referred to as the Law Enforcement Services Fund or the COPS Fund. So in finishing up, I am just asking that the board adopt the resolution authorizing us to contract with Flock in the tune of $78,750. And I can answer questions. And again, Hector is also on the line if we have anything technical that I might not be able to answer.
Thank you, Captain Brown. I think before I go to public comment, I'll ask, does the board have any questions? Or do you want to?
Thanks for the presentation. I appreciate a lot of information. A lot of my questions were actually answered through the presentation and the material you provided, so I appreciate it. I just had one quick question. I still don't clearly understand the relationship between the use of a warrant in somebody's vehicle and somebody who's attached to a vehicle. So you gave a couple of examples of when it may correlate to the fact that you could use the tool to search them out. Just a question on that. My second question is sexual predators, registration of offenders that are supposed to be tracked by somebody. I'm not sure about all that, but I know that they're tracked. Can you just comment on just those two items?
Yeah, and Hector can correct it or jump in if I miss something. I think on the sexual offender piece, you really would not be able to track the individual because, again, we're tracking the car. If for some reason that car was involved in a sexual offense and was added as a portion of that, there are some ways to enter that into the system, but they are minimal. So unfortunately, in those types of situations, we wouldn't. However, if we believe there was a case that I had sent out and also made ABC News, and it was for North Carolina, and a young female was abducted. She was groomed over a video gaming system and was abducted, and I think they didn't say what camera system. They left all of that out. However, within 30 minutes, they were able to identify the subject and the car, and they were able to locate him at his house. She was locked in a shed in the backyard of this area, and they were able to free her and rescue her. Damage was done throughout that process, but she may not have made it out alive had they not. So although I say that you can't track the individual, that there's a lot that still comes with that, with searches and things of that nature, especially if you know a vehicle of interest. They wouldn't have identified him if they hadn't had a description of the car, which led to the license plate, which led to the individual. And so that's what put all those pieces together. I think there's an expectation of the public that we that we do have this technology. We faced it when we were up in Truckee. Everybody asked, did we check every camera? Did we look at every piece? And did we look at everything? And it's humanly impossible to review video and watch cars driving by. The software that comes with the Flock system, it does that, and it allows us to do that. So in some cases, and if you could recall your first question, I'm sorry.
I don't understand the correlation between somebody who's has a warrant out for them and their car. So I mean, I guess a lot of crimes, people are associated with their vehicle. But I guess if I understand you correctly, if there's a criminal offense associated with the vehicle, that can be used to track the vehicle and vis-a-vis find the person. But you can't do it the other way around, i.e., you know that somebody committed a crime, and you know they have a vehicle. You can't go search for their vehicle and find Joe.
As a local entity, we could do what's called a hot list. And so we could say, for our purposes, Joe went out and committed a robbery, and we know he did it, and we know his license plate. We could enter that license plate in so that we could locate him. But you cannot, as a course of doing business, a warrant doesn't associate to a vehicle, if that makes sense.
But if a warrant, sorry to interrupt, but if a warrant associates to Joe, and Joe's a frequent flyer, you know Joe, and you know that he drives a Subaru with the roof rack,
yes,
with his license plate,
yes,
can you put that into your system and go find Joe?
You could, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Heidi?
I'm going to wait till after public comment. We've had long conversations about this, so.
Very good. Lisa? Okay, Sue?
No, I mean, not really a lot of questions. So you could put all the stolen vehicles in there and it would flag them when they see them?
Yes.
I love this. So in my opinion, if you're not doing something bad, it really shouldn't make a difference what's on there. So I'm all for giving anything that gives you a tool to help the community. So very interesting. Yeah. And so it races every 30 days. So you can, oh, sorry, go ahead, Hector.
Yes, Councilwoman. Just to add to that, the list is already populated through the California Stolen Vehicle System, so they'll be alerted within 20 seconds of the vehicle entering the county or passing by a camera in the county.
Oh, so all over, whoever has this Flock system all over the state then?
Correct.
Oh, gosh, that's kind of great. Okay, thanks. That was my only real question.
Captain, who monitors the system?
Yeah, so it is, well, I got a little echo, sorry. Each agency has a responsibility of monitoring their own system. So one of the biggest concerns in making sure that we have an effective system is you have to have an audit of it. So if like Supervisor Hook's saying, if we entered all these vehicles in as stolen and we just put all of them in, you have to make sure that they're still stolen because you have to remove those items in the event the car is recovered or returned so that you're not making a bad stop or something. But there's another safeguard to that in our policy and in our training, you're required to run the vehicle still and check it through the verified system, meaning just like warrants, if we go out and we're told by somebody, even dispatch, hey, so-and-so has a warrant, you have to pull the physical warrant and say it still exists. Because if not, you might arrest somebody off of bad old database information. The same thing exists with the cars. If you run a car, or if you hit a car on Flock and it says it's stolen, I can't just simply stop that car because the car was stolen in Flock. I have to verify that individually through dispatch to ensure that it's there. And so there is an audit system. And currently right now our administrative captain will be the administrator for the system. So we thought it would be best to keep it from operations. And then he will be working with staff to make sure who is cleaning up and auditing the system to ensure that it has accurate data. And that goes along with the checking the users who log in and what they're running and looking into.
But I'm looking at, I see the cameras and I see the benefit of the cameras, but that information, is that information fed to the vehicles? Or is there one area like dispatch that gets the information?
Yeah, Hector, you could answer if you'd like, but yeah, I have a good answer too. I see Hector nodding though, so he probably has a good answer.
Yeah, happy to jump in. So the officers will receive alerts in their MDTs, the computers in their vehicles, automatically within 20 seconds, right? Stolen vehicle, felony vehicle, stolen plate in the state of California, or an Amber Alert, which includes missing children and missing seniors. So they'll receive those alerts automatically. Dispatch is also able to receive alerts, and typically what will happen is, patrol officers here's the alert, they'll clear it per the policy with dispatch, and then they'll be able to take action that way. But it's not something that they have to drop everything else they can go on about their day or daily duties. If there's an alert, then they'll hear the notification. They're also able to receive, if they have department issued cell phones, a text alert as well.
Very good. And then does it give the location of that alert?
Yeah, so it'll tell them the camera location, right? And so it'll be labeled, let's say, Main Street northbound, depending on what the camera is. So they'll know, hey, where is this vehicle? They'll also get an image of the vehicle as well.
Excellent. Open this to the public. Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Byers?
Thank you for listening, Board. I look back in time where Bill Drown got me involved with the Law and Fire Council, and the DA's office at the time didn't have a cell phone reader. They had to take an officer down to Roseville to read the cell phones. And I look at this system being something that'll help us as a community. And I did not know anything about it before today. But I look at who we have in our sheriff's department, and with Sheriff Moon, I have high trust, and I believe she has that integrity to be able to push it through to the rest of the department, to be able to use this in a positive way. Nothing's perfect, but I think that the positivity that's going to come from it with saving time and people's lives is going to be extremely appreciated within the community as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. And for the clerk, this was Ray Byers. Thank you, Ray. Mr. French?
Ray French, Alta Sierra. What comes to mind is that any program that is out there and you initiate, there are upgrades to it, and I'm wondering how those upgrades will be presented to the board or how they are approved, et cetera. I do like the fact that my other question was about license plate identification through the system recognition, and I think that's been answered. I think that is a fact. So my concern is, this is a program. I assume that it's a program out of some that could be selected. I'm not sure. Were there other programs to select from? And if this is upgraded, how do we approve upgrades to that to help the Sheriff's Department do their job? Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Captain Brown, I'll let you respond to that.
Yeah, so we went through the purchasing process and determined that they are a single source of what they offer. There aren't any other options that provide. And it really is more, it's not that cameras don't exist all over the place, it's the software of what Flock brings to the table to be able to do those things. So we worked with purchasing and the county to ensure that we were following within the RFP process and things of that nature. And so that did not occur in this case because of the single source information. Also, I think that when it comes to expansion, we need to know what's working and what's not. And so we could always come back to the board within a year and do a presentation and say, hey, this is where we're at, this is the stats we had, and this is the information we got. And if we do decide, as an office that, hey, we think expansion would be a good idea, then obviously we could come back to the board and discuss those factors. The price obviously increases after April, so we try to think about something that would be reasonable and still give us services. But we do have a lot of room for expansion, and you'd be surprised as I look through the camera map, and we really tried hard to select cameras based on also what our partner agencies are doing or are going to do, and trying to make sure we covered all the areas that we could for egress and ingress, definitely into and out of the county. We're very far stretched. There's a lot of fingers in Nevada County, and it's very hard to have enough cameras. So we try to be reasonable, but yeah, we could come back to the board and present and show what we have. Not a problem.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, is there any calls?
We have no calls or written letters, Chair.
Very good. Then I'll bring it back to the board. I'll close the public comment.
Just
Supervisor
a quick
Hook.
question on that then, thanks, Chair. So how long do we get locked into that 66?
I believe that covers throughout the duration of those cameras. And Hector, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that locks us in with those cameras.
So there won't, okay, that's what I was just looking at. That's kind of a set price. Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. If there was a complaint about the use of the data, like through the transparency portal, would that complaint go to you, Sheriff?
Yes, Supervisor Bullock, it would come to our office. I would have administrative staff take the initial look and bring a complainant in to determine, what occurred. Again, the idea is to be a full force multiplier for our investigative tasks in Nevada County.
Yep, understood. But you would have visibility to, if somebody complained, you would, at your level, you would get that complaint. You would understand that somebody had a problem with the way the data is used.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Heidi?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And, thank you to Sam and Captain Brown.
Yeah.
We had a lot of great conversations, and which I'm sure will continue. To me, our job missions is slightly different. You have a very clear mission, and our job is broader speaking, and we have to weigh a lot of considerations. And I know that you weigh civil rights considerations in your job, but we also have to. And so, we've had, through the conversations, there are some things you guys can say that make me feel comfortable with, and then there's some that you can't. And for me, it's not about trust. I trust this department. I trust Sheriff Moon. That's not an issue for me. But there are concerns I have that have made me just a little cautious about this. And the Brennan Center for Justice did a good paper on sort of what's working and what's not working with it. So just to be clear, we're gathering data on a ton of innocent people. We're gathering license plates from people who've done nothing, and it's going into a law enforcement system database. And I think it's less than 1% of that data ends up being used, but it's being collected and then it sits there. That's a lot to consider. There's no warrant involved. Number two, you guys, I trust, are going to have a 30-day retention policy, and that's great. But this information does get shared. Flock is going to have it, and it goes to other agencies if they're needing if you're needing to collaborate and cooperate with them. And the Brennan Center also identified that this data can get out of hand. It can be out there in so many places that we lose control, really, of what's being used for it for. And then there's a number of issues like that. You have a story of how it's been used to help save somebody. There's a story that's out there about how it's been misused, accidentally pulled someone over, accidentally arrested her. So there are going to be mistakes, and then there's the potential for abuse. My biggest concern of all is that it's unclear to me how we're handling data from other states. So there are at least 14 other states right now who have implemented laws that criminalize women seeking health care. One state is criminalizing a widely available drug right now that's been available for 20 years. Just like you explained to Supervisor Bullock how a license plate can get put in to track a person, that can happen to women seeking health care. That can get into a hot list. If it pops up in a hot list here because that car has entered the state of California, I want to be assured that we're not going to be going out and pulling over women who are seeking health care, and health care that's been criminalized in another state but is not in our state. So that's the concern sort of we started exploring, Sam, you and with county council. It's a new issue, and there are other new ones that may come up. We've got amber alerts and silver alerts. It would not be crazy to think that there isn't going to be an alert for women seeking health care from a number of states. That is not a crazy possibility. And so I would love to give you more tools, and I'm actually not, still debating how I'm going to vote on this because I trust you and I want to give you this tool, but I'm really concerned about the effects this might have on particularly women's health and safety, and what you might end up being put in a position to do based on data coming from another state. So I don't know if you want to talk about that. Anything you can tell me to make me feel comfortable with it would be great.
Yeah, a couple things I'll touch on in there. As far as data sharing to another agency, there's a process for that, and it's listed out in policy, and it comes to actually documenting why you're sharing and the things that are going on. And so I think that's a good safeguard so that data is not just leaking out and being uncontrolled. There's a process for having that go. We have shared data with, or Grass Valley on the other hand has shared data with us for some of our crimes and some of our things. So we are using it essentially to some extent, but limited, because we're limited to what we know and what we have access to. And so we have to request that from the Grass Valley Police Department. When it comes to the women's health rights, I mean, we're talking about big state laws that obviously I can't alter from my seat or change or do any of those things. But what I can say is that the governor has done that, and he has put in safeguards that would prevent us from cooperating with another state. And so in the specifics of women's health care, at least as it comes to abortion right now and to the medications that can be had, like the Plan B and things of that nature, I think there are safeguards in the state of California that prevent that from even occurring. And so I do feel pretty confident in that. I mean, I grew up in a household with 3 women. I'm pro women rights. I work for a female boss. There's no way that I think she's going to let me do that. But to your, what you had said before is what about when we're all not here and when these things change? Those are tough things. And I think it comes down to this is how we build that community trust, is not abusing those systems. And if there really was how do we get beyond this? There's ways that we can create policy internally to prevent those types of things from happening. The immigration stuff is specifically listed in policy to prevent that. And like you said, the abortion and women's health rights and things like that is so new, but that nothing stops us from adding that into policy. It is at a state level signed on an executive order from the governor that we will not cooperate with those types of things. I think we are within our rights to create policy to help support that as well. I don't think it's going to become an issue based on what we have right now and the facts that we know and that you and I have discussed. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. And again, that's where the sheriff can help direct us and say, hey, I would like some policy to ensure the safety of our people in this aspect.
And if I may add, Supervisor, just a little bit more insight. As far as hot list alerts in the state of California, they are through the California Stolen Vehicle System that does not allow for any additional type of alerts that are not stolen vehicles, stolen plates, or felony vehicles. That prevents any immigration type of alerts, et cetera. And in addition to that, it's really important to note that with Flock, your agency does own that data. We will never sell or share that data. So that is completely controlled by your department. So that, plus their pretty robust policy, puts a lot of safeguards in place in that specific issue that you mentioned.
Thanks, Hector.
Thank you both.
Lisa?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think any tools that we have that are going to make our community safer are important tools. I have total trust that this system will be used for the exact intent, which is to help solve crime. I watch a lot of crime dramas on TV, and I can tell you that seeing this technology in big cities, I always thought, oh, that's fake. How does that work? But seeing this and seeing the presentation that you've made, and then also talking with the city of Grass Valley, knowing that they've been using it and it has been successful in helping them, and not just helping solve crime, but also helping locate people that might be in danger. There was a situation recently that I became aware of where somebody was dropped off at the hospital, just kind of dumped there with an overdose, and because of the Flock camera system, within 30 minutes they were able to find the people who had dropped the person off. I don't believe there were any arrests made, but they were able to find out what the situation was, which was really helpful in determining what had happened. So I support this. I do share the concerns that, there could be abuse for something, but like I said, I have full trust that you have the safeguards in place. Also, I will point out it's a year pilot program, and I would ask that you bring it back in a year and you give us the statistics on how it's helped you and what has actually happened in the community. And if it's not working out, then I'm assuming that we just don't renew it.
Sue, did you?
Oh, I don't have anything else really
Okay.
to add, except for that I would support this. Anything that gives you the ability to keep our community safer I think it's an important, and again, I think everyone said the fact that we have that relationship and our community has that relationship with the sheriff's office, it makes me feel confident. And if it's not, you're going to fix it. I guess that's the challenge. If it gets challenged, then we address that at that point. And makes me feel a little more confident, right? Especially that Grass Valley is already using it, and we've had the ability. I think at that one time too, I look at that long range, we had an abduction that came from down south that ended up here. And if we'd have had that at the time, we probably would have seen that license plate reader quicker, because it went through a lot of other things before we finally found the person, right? So, and I'm back to that, if you're not doing something wrong, it really is not an issue, right? I feel like, I guess I'm just gonna, I do trust you. I just don't believe the abuse will be there. So I'm just gonna say that I really support this.
Good. All right, one other thing, just a question. I'm kind of familiar with Grass Valley's program. Is there a way of tying private cameras into this system?
So yes, there are a lot of corporations and HOAs and other entities who have purchased their own cameras that tie into Flock. And so essentially, somewhere like Lake of the Pines could purchase a camera at the front gate. And again, if a stolen vehicle or some of that passed through there, it would notify law enforcement. It wouldn't notify Lake of the Pines, if I understand correct, and Hector can correct me if I'm wrong, but it would notify law enforcement because they don't get access to the camera data, but they have the ability that then it gets shared with local law enforcement. There's plenty of places, I believe places, and I don't know that it's Flock, but Art and Fair Mall and a lot of other big entities that purchase these cameras to be able to utilize for those types of things.
Yeah, that's correct. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, yes, that's correct. So with our cameras, there's a ability to have a public-private partnership. And so many times HOAs, shopping centers, they'll purchase Flock cameras and provide access to local law enforcement for alerts. So the police will receive alerts and be able to search the cameras as if they were their own.
I just want to make a final statement. I take a little bit of issue with some of the comments, but I just want to make it clear that I trust our sheriff's department. I trust our sheriff's department. I do not want anyone to take this out of context. I trust your use of data and your efforts to find criminals and to keep peace and justice in our community, very much so. That being said, I feel like someone needs to also take into account and be very aware of the way data and law enforcement issues have been misused in this country in the last couple of years or longer. And I'm very concerned about what we don't know yet about what's going on in other states and what somebody might consider wrong in another state that we don't consider wrong in this state, what kind of jeopardy we put them in. So I just want to make it clear that I would love to support this to give you another tool. And if I had more confidence and comfort with where this is going in the future, I would do so. But I think at this point, I feel like I need to be a voice of caution and that it does not reflect on you personally or professionally. And I want to make that crystal clear. Thank you.
Are you good? Okay. What I would like to do then is entertain a motion, and this would be a resolution authorizing execution of a contract with Flock Group Incorporated for software services and access to Flock hardware that will provide capabilities for searching video files for the purpose of law enforcement investigation in the amount of $78,750. And a reminder also that this does require a 4/5 affirmative vote.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hook, seconded Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk.
District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
No.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Thank you, Board.
Thank you for your time.
Shannon. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Our next agenda item is, this is a resolution authorizing the process to select a treasurer tax collector to fill the vacancy due to the retirement of the current treasurer tax collector, Tina Vernon, through the term ending January 4th, 2027. With that, I'll introduce Steve Rose.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of the board. I'm your HR Director, Steve Rose, and I'm here to walk you through the two options of replacing, retiring Treasurer Tax Collector Tina Vernon. The current tax collector retirement is effective April 28th, 2023, and per the government code listed up there, they will hold the office until a qualified applicant is either chosen or appointed by the board. Pursuant to Government Code 25304, the Board of Supervisors shall fill any appointment of all vacancies that occur during elective county offices. The appointed person to this position will hold the term for the entire term of the office, which in this case is actually 2027, July 2nd, 2027. That's a typo there on the slide. And the appointee has all the full rights and responsibilities of the office once appointed for either process. So we'd like to talk about two different options the board has. The board can make a direct appointment once the vacancy occurs, which would be April 28th at a subsequent board meeting or at this board meeting, which would be could be today, or the board advertises a position recruitment using an ad hoc committee appointed by the chair, and I'll talk about the first and second options here. Direct appointment by the board after April 28th, the appointee shall meet all the qualifications of the position, and that government code is specifically for the treasurer tax collector and what requirements this position has for the qualifications of that applicant and the person that would be eventually appointed. Again, the appointee has the full responsibilities of the office, and the appointment can actually occur today or at a subsequent board meeting. The second option is for a recruitment. The recruitment would be opened. The candidate would be subjected to the qualifications of the government code, which I specified earlier. The Human Resources Office and the CEO would conduct community outreach for the stakeholders to determine what would make a good candidate. The recruitment would close after a specified period of time. We would send all the qualified applications to the ad hoc committee, which again would be appointed by the chair of the board. And the ad hoc committee would consist of 2 members of the board, the county executive officer, 2 treasurer tax collectors from other California counties as a recommended panel. The first round of interviews would be conducted by the ad hoc committee. The top candidates would be sent to the final round for the board interview. Those candidates would be interviewed in open session. The board would have an option or an opportunity to deliberate in closed session, and then the final selection would be made on the same day in open session. That concludes my briefing. I'm ready for any questions you might have on the process.
All right, board members, are there questions on this issue? Okay. All right. Lisa? No? No. Artie, you want to?
Can you clarify the end date on the current term?
Yes, it's January 2nd, 2027, not 24.
27.
Yes.
If there's no other questions.
I could just clarify one thing, a question that I had earlier that you clarified for me, is that we couldn't appoint someone now and then request a special election in 2 years or with the next general election, for example. This appointment has to go all the way through till the next election for this position.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Counsel, anything you want to add?
Yes, I have done the research on that. There is an Attorney General opinion directly on point as well. So no, you couldn't do a special election.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, I had that clarified. I wanted to make sure everyone else knew that. Thank you.
I think what I'd like to do at this time then is open this up for public comment, especially on the decision on how we would decide through an interview process or a direct appointment. So if there's anyone like to speak on this, please come forward, give us your name. Mr. Beeson.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Morning, honorable supervisors. I'm here to encourage you to select the appointment option and to appoint Michelle Bodley as the next treasurer tax collector. I don't know if you've looked at her resume or how well you know her, but she's got all the qualifications. She's got a good education, a lot of experience, and she knows the relationship among the auditor controller, the appraiser, and the tax collector, which is an important relationship. And I think you've got somebody who's ready to go. I think you could go through the process, and you'd probably not come up with anyone better. And I think she's just terrific. And I've worked with her. We've interacted when I used to work here, and I've got great respect for her. She's very ethical, and she just works hard. And I don't think it'll do any better. And so I urge you to appoint Michelle Bodley. And before I stop, I'd like to commend Tina Vernon and thank her for her great job over the years. And she's been terrific, and I hate to see her go. And one other thing with regard to Michelle, the idea that we have to wait until a new general election if we choose the appointment thing, you know, you got a known quantity. That's something to think about if you're looking at a few years out. We've had experiences in the county where we've had people come in that look really good, and maybe they don't turn out so good. So anyway, I strongly support Michelle, and I strongly urge you to appoint her. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. No? Oh, Ray.
I won't be bashful. Ray Byers. And Ed said it, Ed, I'm looking at Ed Schofield. Nate said it best with, you've got a known entity. You know, the amount, I've known Michelle for many years in regards to just on a personal basis, and her morals and ethics are very high. She gets along with everybody. That's really important in any business. I wish that I had the ability to be able to hire her as a CFO for us. I think that her qualifications, if you, as Nate said, if you read through her resume and what other folks have to say about her, it's the top of the game. And to have Tina be her mentor, and for I believe the last 6 years specifically, we're in a great position as a community to be able to have that ability to have someone that we can actually choose that is known and have roots in the community. So I think we would it would behoove us to bring her on board for the tax treasurer and the tax collector position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Tina Vernon, District 2, also the treasurer tax collector. I just have a few comments in regards to, the qualifications of the office. I think that, we're this small little office that just operates, right? We stay out of the drama, we do our work, and the one thing that I think people don't understand is the technicalities of it. Investing $250 million of taxpayer funds is not anything to take lightly. I think that we have, and Michelle has been my right arm, we've built a strong portfolio that really works for the county, that minimizes risk. We don't chase yield. It's not something that, we look forward to. We love that we brought in $33 million over the last 12 years for everything, but we're looking at what is the best for this community, and it's to safeguard public funds, and it's to make sure that the bills are paid. So we provide the liquidity for all the school districts of the county, the cities, everybody. And, you know, the other part of it is that we collect taxes. Over $600 million comes through my office every single year. We have to balance to the penny. We work hand in hand with the auditor controller's office, with the assessor's office. We're very public facing. We educate the public. We have compassion. We're humble. And I say we because the team that we have is amazing. And, you know, a big part of that is Michelle Bodley. She comes with all the qualifications. She can step in the office on day one, continue the work that we've been doing over the last 12 years that have really, really put trust, you know, in this office through the voters. And so, you know, it is my opinion to best serve the county that it would be amazing if Michelle could be appointed today. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Tina. And I agree with Nate. You've done a great job. Thanks for your service. Is there any other? No, I see some heads in the back there. There you go.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Race. I happen to be very fortunate to be Michelle's mother. She is probably the hardest working, most ethical person I know, and that's without bias. I know she's worked very hard for this position and was always looking for the future to be the tax collector of Nevada County. We moved here in '79, and Michelle went through the whole school district here, was raised here, and really belongs to the community, and does nothing but the best for the community. Thank you. I hope you appoint her today.
Thank you, Kathy. Always good to have mom support. All right. Madam Clerk, are there any phones or any written communications?
So, Chair, we don't have any phone calls, but we did receive 10 letters of support for the appointment of Michelle Bodley, and those are from Bob Wren, Stephen Hera, Gregory Diaz, Susan Doyle, Ann Guerra, Jeffrey Brown, Molly Legault, Katie Eckert, going through, Darlene King, and Marcia Salter.
Very good. Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. The issue that we're talking about now is how to proceed. And I'll bring that back to you. Lisa, you want to start it? You don't have to.
Thank you. So I want to be really clear that today is about the process that we're going to use, not necessarily about the person that's involved. And I think that this is an elected position, so we have a responsibility to our citizens to make sure that we're being consistent, that we're being transparent, and that whatever action that we take shows trust, that people will trust in our decision. From the past history here, I know that as far as consistency goes, what I've seen in appointing elected officials has been an interview process, not a direct appointment. So I guess I would ask that question to my colleagues, you know, what would be the difference today from a decision that was made a couple of years ago with the district attorney vacancy, which was very similar. I want to make sure that we're extremely transparent in what we do and that people understand what our process is. I think Michelle obviously has the credentials for the job and great support, a lot of former and current county employees. Unfortunately, I have not had the opportunity to meet or work with Michelle. Not that you know, takes away any of her qualifications or any of her ability to be able to do the job. But I think from my perspective, I would feel more comfortable if we did an interview process. The one thing I will say when looking at the timing, though, I think we could shorten it up a little bit. I think you had a 30-day open. I mean, I think, there's very specific qualifications for this job. I think we could do it in a couple weeks, and I think we could get it back to this board a lot quicker than what was laid out in the process. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Tina for her service. Hopefully we'll get the opportunity to do that in a more official manner before you leave. And it's not lost on me, your support for your coworker in this. And I think that the recommendations that you've received will go a long way in the opportunity for the appointment. I just think that for the sake of transparency and consistency, that we should go through the process.
I'd like to comment on that if I could, Lisa. First of all, I think the district attorney's situation was very, very different than what this is currently. It was very much near the end of his term, which meant the election was coming up very quickly. We knew there were multiple candidates that were interested in that position. And I do kind of remind you that just recently, we did this with the auditor controller with a direct appointment. So it's not something that's always done in that manner. In fact, the DA is the only time I remember doing it.
And I guess in response to that, I would say I didn't sit up here, so I don't, and I just was sitting out there like all of you, so I guess I'm looking at this as from a constituency expectation. I didn't know any of that, so, and wasn't involved in making those decisions, so.
Go ahead, Sue.
Hardy, go ahead.
Well, let's just all go ahead. So this is good. I would like this. Except for that, I look at the appointment process in this, whether it was Michelle or whoever it was in that position. I just look at what Tina has done and worked and created over the period of time with our investments is incredibly important to what happens here financially in this county. And then I go back to that. Her second in leads worked with her. She knows the process. She knows what we're working on and how we've built that. I look at somebody new could come in here that doesn't have the same ideas about what's for Nevada County. I mean, we've watched that in government where investments go haywire and you end up broke or you end up owing a lot of money. So this is a concern for me, is that you know that plan that we have here. And the other side of it is I was looking at a resume. I'm looking for somebody that is committed to this county. And in this situation with appointment, looking at Michelle, she has worked through the county and not in just short process, 5 years here, 6 years here, developed the knowledge that came with building those budgets and how the money comes and flows through all these entities. And I just feel like this is a little different position in this county. And I guess I would say that nobody ran against Tina in this process, right? It takes somebody that really loves numbers and finance to really manage a county and a community. So I'm a little bit weary of just going out into a process that might bring somebody in that doesn't know the county. That's just in my opinion. And it just seems like in this situation, we are fortunate to have that person to appoint. I mean, we're in a good position to do that and know that we're going to leave, or Tina's going to leave us in good hands. And I think that's important. And I don't think Tina would have put her name in the hat and say, this is what I think is the best for the county, and know that she was leaving without having that process, because she does have a pretty incredible team. And it is interesting. They are a small little team in there. But gosh, right down to balancing every day with the auditor. There's so many little intricate parts of the tax collector's office that we don't even really pay attention to on a daily basis. And how you have to work when there is changes, like just right through with the assessor's office and the changes that are going to come with an emergency situation and declaration. There are going to be changes in the assessors and the tax bills. So there's so many little intricate things that we don't see every day, that I think that we just really need to look at that, and that's just my opinion.
Oh, I like your opinion. Hardy?
Thank you. Supervisor Swarthout, I just wanted to echo your concerns for transparency and process because I do as well share those. I think I was on the ad hoc for the district attorney selection with Supervisor Hook. It was incredibly complicated from the very beginning of that process. And so that decision to actually have the ad hoc was an outcome based on significant discussion and multiple candidates and a number of other kind of conspiring pieces in the background that haven't been, aren't part of the process here today. But I do, I really support the stability of Michelle being in this position based on the fact that her background, her length of tenure, her education, her resume is commensurate with everything that it takes to run that department. And then the marketplace, if I think about who the top candidate would be, it's Michelle who's here with us. And so I think that kind of resonates with me. And then finally, and I think most importantly, it's just my direct work with Tina and a little bit with Michelle, but mostly with Tina over the course of the last 2 years. And we share an interest in finance and the returns, and I read her financial reports, and we've discussed those. And I spoke at her area conference recently, and I had some great conversations with Michelle at that point. So from my perspective, that's where I stand. It's really about the connection professionally that I've made with Tina and Michelle over the course of that, and kind of the marketplace for the candidate that I see would be the best choice for our county. It's here now. And there's a piece too, we've had a lot of disruption, a lot of changing of seats, a lot of consternation related to placements. I think we can avoid that in the situation, and I would stand up to defend that direct appointment process.
Heidi?
Yeah, thank you. I think, thanks, Chair, for outlining sort of the little bit of the history of sort of how we've dealt this in the past too. And I would love us to be consistent and rely directly just on the voters every time. But the DA's position, the way we handled that was different. And this job has highly skilled needs. And it's incredibly important that we have the right person in the job, and that person has gone through a vetting process or would go through a vetting process. So I think given the circumstances here, that there was no competition, that we do know the most likely person here and who's well qualified, I would prefer to have a vote come up in 2 years rather than 4. I would be comfortable doing a direct appointment in this circumstance.
Thank you, Heidi. And I agree, and I'm sorry I put you on the spot right off the bat, Lisa. I do think in transparency, though, what we're seeing here today, if this was more controversial, we'd have other people here in this room saying this is not the best way to go. And even the correspondence that came in with such a wide variety of people says to me that I think the transparency is there, and I really think that my constituents anyways would like to see the direct appointment. So with that, if there's no other comments or discussions, I would entertain a motion that the Nevada County Board of Supervisors hereby resolves to fill the position by direct appointment, the position of the treasurer tax collector position through the term ending January 4th, 2027 at noon.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Bullock.
Second.
Second Supervisor Hook. Madam.
Can I just ask, I
Yes,
just want to be
yes, you
really
may,
clear.
Lisa. Sure.
Your motion does not include, you're going to make a separate motion to, okay.
This is strictly the process, yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
No.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. Thank you, Board. And with that, we do have the opportunity to make that appointment today. Steve, would you kind of, Mr. Rose, give us the procedure that we might proceed on that? Ask for recommendations or?
Sure. I'll defer to council. I'm not sure if we want to lay that out for them.
Yeah, I think that you can just go ahead and make that motion based on the discussion. It was part of the resolution. I think that what you can suggest is that resolution be amended to reflect that intent. And reflect that it would begin on April, what is it, 28th?
29th would be
20
the day after
29th,
the
right.
retirement.
You want to? Okay.
Artie, go ahead.
Okay. I will move to appoint Ms. Bodley to the treasurer tax collector position effective April 28th, 2023.
I'll second that.
That's April 29th. Is that the motion?
April 29th, thank you. April 29th, 2023. Do you want me to restate the motion?
I think that was fine, Hardy. Supervisor Bullock, you did.
Thank you.
So this is a motion to amend the original motion to make this a direct.
Sorry, to amend the resolution to reflect.
Got that wording, Madam Clerk? Okay.
Thank you.
I have a motion.
I seconded.
Oh, seconded Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
District 4, yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. Very good. Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right. With that, I think we are headed for closed session. Madam Counselor?
So going into closed session, we have 5 separate items, so I'm going to quickly go through those. The first one is the labor negotiation, and as stated in the agenda. The second one is a closed session related to negotiating for property as listed in the agenda. The third is the matter, existing litigation case, Lauren Willman versus the County of Nevada. The fourth item is discuss one matter where there's significant threat of litigation. And the fifth one is a closed session to determine whether litigation should be initiated in 2 matters. And then you'll need to ask if there's any public comment.
Of course. Is there any public comment on these closed session items here in the chambers? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any calls or written?
I'm not seeing any public comment on this.
Very good. We will close the public comment portion and proceed to closed session. We will reconvene the meeting of March 28th of the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County. County Council, would you please read us in or out?
So we have several matters, so I'm just going to refer to the SR 23 number. So in 0671, information was provided to this board. In SR 230677, the board gave negotiating authority. On SR 230575, information was provided to the board. On 230576, information was provided to the board, and on SR 230580, direction was given.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go back to our regular agenda, department head matters, and the next agenda item is Planning Director Brian Foss, review and acceptance of the 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report to the Board of Supervisors, substantially in the form attached pursuant to State of California Government Code 65400, and directing staff to submit the report to the Office of Planning and Research as shown in Attachment 1. Brian?
Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, Supervisors.
Kyle?
We actually are going to have a presentation on both of the informational reports before you today, the General Plan Annual Progress Report as well as the Housing Element Progress Report, and it'll be combined in one presentation, but we can certainly answer questions on each individual report. And to do so, Kyle Smith, Senior Planner with our office, will be presenting information on both reports and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you, Kyle.
Yes, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mr. Chair, supervisors, and everybody else here today. My name is Kyle Smith, and I am a senior planner in the planning department, presenting on the annual progress reports, or APRs, as I will be referring to them for both the general plan and the housing element. So for a little bit of background, state law requires all jurisdictions in the state to submit status reports on both their overall general plan and more specifically of the housing element of their general plan to the legislative body, which in our case is the Board of Supervisors, as well as to the State Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research by April 1st of every year. I do want to note there are a couple of minor new reporting requirements in the housing element APR that will be slightly different from what many of you will have seen in previous years. So the general plan APR is prescribed in state law, as I mentioned, and the Office of Planning and Research provides guidance on what to report on, but there is no sort of fixed reporting requirements other than the status of the elements in your plan. And the Nevada County APR this year summarizes the implementation activities within the unincorporated areas of the county throughout the calendar year 2022. So from January 1 to December 31, in all of those areas outside of the 3 incorporated cities within the county. So the APR is basically broken up into 3 sections. The first is an introduction discussing the general plan and reporting requirements at the state, and then how the county's general plan complies with those requirements. Section 2 includes a discussion of all of the elements that are adopted in the Nevada County General Plan, as well as some of the summary of the reporting of the implementation actions that have been either achieved or worked towards in this calendar year. Some of those activities include undertaking the Greater Higgins Area Plan. That was also adopted in 2023, so that will also be included on next year's report as well. The Nevada County Transportation Commission adopted the Ready Nevada County Plan to help plan both circulation and emergency access. The county has also undertaken the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, stood up the Economic Development Office, applied for a number of grant applications and other funding streams to realize both planning projects and development projects. And then, as always, we implement our general plan through intergovernmental review of plans and projects and implementation of the Land Use and Development Code, or our zoning code. Oh, and then Section 3 includes a summary of sort of the permits and land development applications and significant projects that have occurred in that calendar year. So some of those activities include almost 4,500 ministerial permits processed. These include building permits, HVAC, other things that don't require land use clearance. 271 administrative land use entitlements. Those are the projects that are generally approved at the staff level and don't come to the board or planning commission for a hearing. And then 34 discretionary land use entitlements. Those are the planning projects that come to either the ZA, zoning administrator, planning commission, or board of supervisors for approval. Some of the more significant projects that were approved in 2022 include 31 units at the Lone Oak Phase 2 senior apartments, 49er self-storage, a couple of cannabis ordinance amendments, the car wash down in South County, and then the ranch house just a few months ago. Switching gears slightly to our housing element APR. So the housing element does have a standardized format as prescribed by the Department of Housing and Community Development. That's the large Excel file that's in the the report for this item. And HCD also provides instructions every year on how to complete this report. And similarly to the general plan APR, the housing element APR only includes those activities completed in the 2022 calendar year, and also those activities completed within the unincorporated jurisdiction in Nevada County. So one of the primary components of the housing element APR is recording our steps to achieving our RHNA, or our Regional Housing Needs Allocation. You can see from this table that 112 residential units were permitted in 2022. That is on pace with the last few years of our 6th housing element cycle. And I do want to clarify that in this table, Table B only includes those units that received or that were issued a building permit. So the permit is issued, not necessarily completed in 2022, but we'll get to that in this next slide here. So here's a little bit more information. In the calendar year, 32 units received land use entitlements. Those were the Lone Oak Phase 2 were 31 units, and then 1 unit for a use permit in the Alta Sierra neighborhood. 112 dwelling units were issued building permits, and then 106 dwelling units actually received their certificates of occupancy and were entered into the countywide housing stock. In addition, there were a number of other spreadsheets that were in that APR that we were required to report on. Table A are those land use entitlements that would result in housing. There were 3 projects that were approved in 2022 that received discretionary land use clearance. There is Table D that discusses many of the activities that both the planning department as well as the overall CDA and all of the other agencies in the county as we work to implement some of our countywide goals, as well as one of the big additions is our LEAP grant reporting. So Nevada County did receive a LEAP grant, or Local Early Action Planning Grant, from HCD. To develop the Greater Higgins Area Plan and a set of master building plans. The Greater Higgins Area Plan, as I mentioned, was adopted in 2023, so there was some reporting this year, and there will be additional reporting next year. And then similarly for the master building plans, those are in their kind of final stages, and we're hoping to have the first set of master building plans released to the public this spring. So with that, as this is a report to the supervisors, the project action is listed here to accept the report and direct staff to submit the report to the respective state agencies. And I'm happy to address any comments or questions that the supervisors or any members of the public may have.
Thank you, Kyle. Board members? Questions, comments? Lisa?
Just a comment. Great presentation. Thank you. You made it very succinct. I think it's really important to note on the RENA numbers, there's always this misconception in the public that when they see that 2,000 number, they think that that's the county's responsibility to build 2,000 units, and it's not. It's the county's responsibility to facilitate and help make sure that those 2,000 units can be built somewhere. So just the distinction of that, I think, is important from the public's perspective. And then, was I reading that correct, that you only had one building permit pulled for a single-family residence? Was that?
Are you talking about the one under there?
And the above moderate? So, okay, so I'm sorry, it's 40, there was another slide that showed one unit, but it was 42 building permits pulled for single-family residential housing?
Yes, that's correct. That's that 42. The one, I think, is that single-family dwelling unit that was part of the use permit that I referenced in Alta Sierra. It was allowing one dwelling unit on a commercial lot, essentially.
And then just for a point of reference, where's the car wash located in South County? Is it O'Higgins? By the Holiday. Okay, great. That's one thing I've missed when I'm not in the Bay Area, is having a place I can take and get my car washed really quick. So thank you. Thank you.
No, it was a great presentation, good report in here. It was interesting to really read through all the dynamics that you have to go through. And of course, a reminder that 2024, we're going to have to update our housing element. So thank you for that. Yeah, I feel like that is the giantest struggle, is going through, just like Lisa was talking about, the comprehension from the public versus what really arena numbers are. It's really, it is challenging sometimes. And it is always that time where controversy comes in, because why in my neighborhood, right? So I always commend you for the work that you guys do on that. So I will look forward to that in 2024.
Just to clarify, we do have until 2027. The sixth cycle goes from 2019 through 2027. It's an 8-year cycle. So we have a few more years, but we will be getting started a year or two early to make sure we're prepped for that
Is that what
analysis.
it is? So the CIP is updated in 2024.
Right.
Yeah, so it just is, it's never ending for you guys. So appreciate the work that you do on that. And excited about the work that we can look at that has been done from the zoning and the changes that you guys worked at so hard to get, because we have a lot of great projects that have been completed, so good job.
2027 works for me.
Yeah, me too.
Artie?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the report. A lot of information in here. Forgive me, my notes on my phone and in the page numbers don't coincide, so I may ask you for some references, but page 7 for public facilities, and I don't know if it's under the housing element or public facilities, but I want to talk a little bit about adding homeless facilities and where that may be added in. For example, if the county was looking at day respite or orientation centers, or would that be in the housing piece?
Generally, yes, although they could be reported in both. So there is new state law that it should allow navigation centers in most residential areas, but when we do our sort of zoning code updates that's currently in progress through our REAP grant, which is mentioned a number of times in our housing element, that discussion will be included as well.
Okay. And one question, is there policy direction that you would need from us to facilitate those types of facilities depending on changes to our current ordinance?
Supervisor Bullock, There are quite a bit of state mandates that we will have to follow. So at this point in time, we are analyzing the state mandates and developing a draft ordinance to bring through the Planning Commission and the public review process. So at that time, we can certainly take input and add or modify as long as we're consistent with the state mandates.
Okay, yeah, that makes me happy to hear that that's moving forward. That's great. Again, near page 7, I think it's on page 7, but the circulation element, I just want to talk a little bit about walking and bicycle access for circulation, pedestrian, human-powered transportation, whatever we call it.
Yeah, so through our discretionary review of projects, the planning department implements the development of either pedestrian networks or multi-use networks as projects come in. In addition to relying on that private development of these non-motorized transportation networks, both the county as well as the Nevada County Transportation Commission do look for funding opportunities to realize some of these network connections in our network breaks. For instance, I know that the CDA did apply for a REAP 2 grant program to implement some sidewalk and bicycle infrastructure. And we do work with the local jurisdictions to coordinate and implement new network connectivity when we can. But generally, as the planning department, we help, or we rely on private development and then implement these policies through our intergovernmental project review and require connectivity as development comes in.
Okay, so if we wanted to implement a policy action that would be a little bit more prescriptive in making that a requirement, where would we start?
There are policies in our circulation element that talk about pedestrian connectivity between community regions. And so generally we see that with projects that are developing in the more urban areas of the county and not so much in the residential areas. There might be an opportunity to address some of that with our Trails Recreation Master Plan, because we will be looking at trails. We do have a non-motorized trails plan in place right now that identifies gaps in connectivity for on a regional level throughout the county. So whenever a project comes in, even if it's more rural, we'll take a look and see if it's within one of those corridors and require some sort of rural trail connection along the project frontage. But our recreation element, our circulation element, and perhaps the recreation master plan would be areas that we could augment any type of pedestrian or non-motorized type of transportation, and probably working with NCTC because they also have a trails and a bicycle master plan as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just as one board member, I would love to see something like that where we get it into the circulation element. Thank you. And then on the air quality piece, I was wondering, I know AQMD's got some grant funding to produce safe air centers, places where you can breathe when there's a lot of smoke. Is there anything that would allow us to put that into our air quality element or create some priority for that?
Supervisor Bullock.
Yeah, but it's for bad air quality.
I'm not familiar with that program, but that's something we could work with the Air District on and maybe collaborate, coordinate, and where appropriate, we could look at where we could insert that into our general plan documents. I'm trying to think of other locations, but I'd need to become a little more familiar, but it's something I could certainly look into.
Okay, yeah, it seems pretty relevant. I mean, these days, it seems the last couple summers to be a pretty important piece of what we need access to. I just had a quick question on the housing, the RHNA numbers. When we contribute to a project inside the city or the town, our contribution doesn't count toward our RHNA numbers, it counts toward theirs. Is that right?
That is correct. There is a process where we can trade, if you will, or get credit through having that jurisdiction pick up some of our RENA requirements. There's a negotiation process. Typically, that occurs with an annexation. With Loma Rica Ranch, there was an agreement in place with the county and city of Grass Valley so that when we're allocated certain numbers in different categories, those agreed upon numbers are transferred to the city. When it's just development, we have not, at least in my experience, had any transfer or negotiation of picking up different RENA numbers when it's, more of a financial support. It's usually an annexation, but I think it could be open to negotiations if we wanted to approach the cities with that.
Talk about it in the future, probably on a case-by-case basis, just depending on what our contribution was and how involved we were. And
right.
I think housing it's great no matter how it's done. I just was curious how it reflects on that spreadsheet. One of the questions I had on page 17, there were 11 planner consultations, but the number of permits that we issued was really high, which is awesome. Like you've cycled through a number of permits, which says that, the department's operating at a high level and getting those customers and, cycled through the process, doing really great. Just wondering, the 11 planner consultations, what is that? Is that something that just not in demand?
Supervisor Bullock, that is kind of an application that allows kind of an extended front counter experience. So we have over, 1,100 or 1,200 people come through the counter. And generally, we try to work with them for 20 minutes, a half hour, 45 minutes. If it's getting a little bit more detailed, then we have a 1-hour fee. That's a planner consultation that we can do a little additional research. The next step above that is a pre-application that involves other departments. So occasionally, people take advantage of paying a 1-hour fee for the planner to do additional research. So 11 applicants or potential applicants took advantage of that service that we offer.
Okay, thanks. And then my final question, then I'll be quiet. I'm sorry I got a bunch on here, but the SB 35 on page 22, can you tell me just a little bit about, I think there was a little one-line sentence in there about why it was so low.
So I'm not sure I have the information that you're referring to in front of me, but SB 35 is a Senate bill from a number of years ago that if a jurisdiction is not in compliance with the RENA numbers in providing adequate sites for RENA numbers, then there's a streamlined process that needs to occur for new development that meets certain requirements. Nevada County is not subject to SB 35 at the higher. There's two levels of 10% or 50% of affordable. We have not had an application or a project that meets the SB 35 criteria, and we are meeting our RENA numbers in terms of adequate land, not necessarily building the units, but we have adequate land to accommodate the numbers. So essentially, SB 35 has not been applicable in our area based on a qualifying project.
Okay, great. That answered my question. Yeah, thank you so much for all the info.
Thank you, Artie. Heidi? No questions? Actually, I have no questions either. Thank you for the ones you did send to me, Brian. Is there anyone in the public here that would like to respond, comments or questions on this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online or written communications?
Chair, there are no callers and there were no written comments submitted.
Very good. Can we vote on this in one motion, Trevor, County Council, or do we need to do two separate motions?
Give me 1 second to see how it was agendized.
Well, let's do two separate motions.
Yeah, I think two is safer.
Yeah, right. All right, so I'll entertain a motion for the acceptance of the general plan annual progress report.
So
And,
moved. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to
That's
cut you
right,
off.
that works. Motion Supervisor Swarthout, second.
Second.
Supervisor Bullock. Madam Clerk?
District 4? District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
District 2, yes. Thank you. And I now entertain a motion for the acceptance of the housing element annual report. Motion Supervisor Hook,
Second.
second Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
District 4, yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes. All right. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Kyle. Okay, we'll go to our next agenda item, which is the introduce and waive further reading of an ordinance amending Article 7 of Chapter 4 of the Nevada County General Code regarding hazardous vegetation abatement. Craig, Paul? Craig?
Good morning, Chair Schofield and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services with Nevada County. What you have before you today is a review of amendments made to our local hazardous vegetation and combustible material abatement ordinance. These updates were the result of feedback from your board, a multi-year stakeholder engagement process, and returning from our informational presentation that we had to your board back in December 6th of 2022. This ordinance is a vital tool to help us better prepare our entire community for what we face with the threat of wildfire. This ordinance also helps us be better prepared during winter storms, similar to what we've experienced the last several weeks by removing hazardous vegetation from around structures and around our roadways. I would now like to introduce and hand this off to our Office of Emergency Services Program Manager, Paul Cummings, and our close partner in Nevada County Consolidated Fire Marshal, Patrick Mason, to present this item.
Thank you, Craig. Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, honorable board members. Like Craig said, I'm Paul Cummings. I'm the Nevada County Office of Emergency Services Program Manager, joined here today by Nevada County Consolidated Fire Marshal Patrick Mason. I'd also like to recognize our DSI team in the back. They work really hard. They're small but mighty, and we don't often recognize them enough. I'd like to also recognize County Council for their support in putting this ordinance together, and Chief Goodspeed from Nevada City for his support with the ordinance as well. So today, like you heard Craig say, we're just going to talk about what we already discussed during the December 6th meeting, let you know where we've landed on some of those changes and our recommended path forward. So some background, as you know, this is near and dear to many of your hearts, the defensible space work in our county. We know wildfire is one of the greatest threats that we face, and this has been an ongoing challenge that has come up in our community of how do we strike that balance between keeping residents safe and managing the fuel in our forest. So resident concerns, board concerns have driven us over the last couple years to do multi-year community and stakeholder engagement around this topic to really find the best way to craft our hazardous vegetation ordinance. And like I mentioned, we're returning from that December 6th meeting with some of those recommendations from your board and changes moving forward. So just for the public, a quick review of what this ordinance is and what it isn't. So the county's hazardous vegetation ordinance number 2477 covers hazardous fuel along unincorporated parcels and roadways. It exceeds the state guidance public resource code, that PRC 4291 guidelines. So we go as a county beyond the property line to help folks get their defensible space, whereas the state just stops at the property line. So we're really trying to work hard to adapt an ordinance that keeps our residents safe. And so this does address adjacent properties, and we really focus heavily on education. That was direction from your board that, let's do what we can to work with the public to help neighbors become safe in a collaborative way, not in a punitive way. So this is a review of the recommendations from our last presentation. So we've recommended to keep that 50-50 cost share provision, and I know that your board had a lot of questions on that, and we're going to have our Fire Marshal Pat Mason talk about the 50/50 cost share, go over that again, and we can certainly answer your questions afterwards. And then we touched on, and we'll go over again, the 1 acre or less being fully treated, that addition to the ordinance. We recommended not to adopt a 30-foot swath along property lines. That just didn't make sense, and so we're not putting that forward. We did recommend a 0 to 5 foot ember resistant zone, and we'll talk about that. And then, again, just pointing out that abatements should only be sought in the most egregious cases, presenting a serious risk to the public, and we had your support in that as well. So the changes that we're going to focus on today are the three I just mentioned. Fuel on 1 acre or less reduction, those slight changes to the 50/50 cost share, and then that 0 to 5 foot ember resistant zone. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the Fire Marshal to talk specifically about the 50/50 cost share program.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, Board of Supervisors. As mentioned, my name is Patrick Mason. I'm the Fire Marshal at Nevada County Consolidated Fire District. I'd like to take a minute and review how the 50% cost share currently works within the ordinance. The picture on the left, the reporting party is an improved parcel with a structure located 60 feet from the property line. That structure could be a tool shed, a garden shed, wood fence, anything like that. The right side of the screen is an improved parcel with a structure being well over 100 feet from that adjoining property line. That structure on the right does meet the 100-foot minimum defensible space requirements. And then the vegetation down in the lower left is the one that the reporting party is claiming is impacting their 100 feet. When a request like this is received through OES, the DSI department, contact is made with both property owners and a meeting scheduled to discuss the situation. At this meeting, both parties are advised of the 50% cost share. The reason we want to advise both parties is because a lot of times we find that the reporting party is not aware of it, and they do not want to help pay for the hazardous vegetation removal on the adjacent parcel. When we meet, there's a couple options we discuss. Both property owners agree to work together and clear the vegetation. That's probably our number one priority, is just educate and get the two parties together talking. The other one is the adjacent property owner can request a reporting party to pay for the 50% and have the vegetation cleared. This is all done through the two parties. We are not in the middle of it, meaning the adjacent property owner can go out, get a bid to have that vegetation removed. They meet with the reporting party, they come to an agreement, and then that vegetation is cleared out. If the reporting party refuses to pay the 50%, at that point, the case is dropped. So we did have slight modifications to the 50% cost share. Both the reporting party and the adjacent parcel owner are now advised. And under the old ordinance, we only advised the reporting party of the 50% cost share. It was up to the adjacent parcel owner. We would highly advise them to read the ordinance and familiarize themselves with it, but we did not specifically tell them about the 50%. That has changed with this new ordinance update. We advised both parties. Examples from the community as to why the 50% cost share is recommended. Number one, this is to alleviate the individuals that want to drive around the county and submit complaints for the entire county. There's got to be some sort of direct nexus to that individual, whether it be their property, their main escape route, in and out, ingress, egress from their personal residence. The second one was an experience that I had with a property owner that wanted their house was more than 100 feet from the property line. They wanted their neighbor to clear more property. So they read through the ordinance, read what our definition of a structure was, and so they planted a garden shed within 3 feet of their property line, and then turned around and asked the neighbor to clear an additional 97 feet. Once we did share that 50% cost share with him, he pulled back that complaint and did not want to pay for the additional 97 feet. So that's how the cost share provision does help us in a way to help curtail some of these complaints. Structure definition. The structure definition we did change because of that, because of the garden shed incident. So a structure shall mean any structure with some sort of foundation such as concrete or piers and/or vehicles meeting at least one of the following: is occupied and used as a business or residence 3 months of the year or more in any combination of days, has one or more utility connected to it, including but not limited to natural gas, propane, or electricity. This includes any means of connection permitted or otherwise, has 3 or more walls with a roof and is greater than 119 square feet in size, or is used for mechanical processing. So pretty much almost got to be occupied in order to file a complaint or use that to get your 100-foot defensible space. Why is 50/50 so important? Our OES defensible space inspectors' number one priority is to educate the public on hazardous vegetation and promote neighbors working with neighbors. We encourage community events and using the resources provided through the county and the Fire Safe Council. The 50% cost share holds the complaint process in check by providing a level of accountability. 50/50 cost share less prevalent. That's in here because majority of our cost share cases we see in the more densely populated areas, say like Alta Sierra, where the lots are a lot smaller. By adopting the full clearing of less than or equal to 1 acre standard, we see the portion of the ordinance being used very infrequently at this point.
Thank you, Fire Marshal Mason. So now we're going to pivot. We just talked about that 50/50 cost share that you're very familiar with. Now we're going to pivot to just talking about the 1 acre or less, right? So imagine a parcel. We'll have some diagrams for that. 1 acre or less, we're asking residents to abate all of that. That doesn't mean clear cut it. That means turn it into that park-like environment that makes it more fire safe. And so we'll show that. And this really came from, again, your challenge and the public's challenge of how do we get after this fuel on open lands? How do we address these vacant parcels or these large parcels that are thick and they're threatening homes? How do we find that balance? And we hope to have struck a balance here with that. So the top example, you see this improved parcels is 1 acre or less, so it's fully treated. That means they're going to limb up the trees. That doesn't mean, again, clear cut. It just means, remove the vegetation that's hazardous and so that the ladder fuels and things are up. The parcel next to them is an unimproved parcel that's less than an acre or 1 acre or less as well. Nothing on it, but they also need to treat it to that same level, right? Which makes sense. It's a small parcel. It seems pretty doable for the public. And again, it creates a barrier between properties that the fire hopefully won't jump and run between parcels. In the bottom example, though, the resident whose home is adjacent to the property line needs to get their 100 feet of defensible space, but that adjacent parcel is greater than 1 acre. So they're not going to have to clear the entire parcel. They just need to get their 100 feet. So again, 1 acre or less, the whole parcel is treated. Greater than 1 acre, adjacent structures just need to get their 100 feet. So we hope that this will be, again, a compromise that'll work for the public and also make our neighborhoods more fire safe.
Sorry. So the neighbors would have to come to that conclusion. That would be where that.
Yes, that would.
That cost share thing would click in.
That would be a 50/50 cost share in that example, yes. So now pivoting again to the next concept, that 0 to 5 foot ember resistant zone. And this is expected to be brought into that state public resource code, the state fire code that we use as the foundation for our county ordinance late this year or maybe into next year. But that's really asking us to reduce the fuel load or flammable materials that are within the first 5 feet of a home all the way around. And we'll have some pictures for that. This really is crucial to protect structures, and we'll reiterate that just from a fire science perspective. And from what we've seen in talking to the residents and just looking at it from a fire perspective, the work reward benefit is really high. You can really protect your home with not a lot of time, effort, and money by reducing the flammable materials, not just fuel, within 0 to 5 feet of your home. So I mean, if you take a look at this diagram, we've seen these all, or this photo, we've seen pictures like this before, right? The ember cast that comes ahead of these fires, which can sometimes be even a mile out in front of the fire front, hits those vertical structures, and it drives those sparks down, right, into those mulch beds and where maybe the dry plants and shrubs are. Those catch fire, and then they set the house on fire. Or maybe even it's decking, wood decking or mesh that can get the sparks under the home. It's all of that material next to the house that has to be made safe. So this is really that first layer of defense. You see some statistics there. 60 to 90% of homes are burned up by that ember cast and from that fire that starts within those first 5 feet. We know this will have a greater impact on manufactured homes in our retirement communities, but it's again, an important change to make to our ordinance. So, yes, ma'am.
Home parks where we don't have is it a different, you guys can go in and manage their vegetation there? Where like we can't take code compliance or do those things. So how does that work for you inside a mobile home park?
And so it would depend if they were inside city limits or outside of city limits, and I can't speak for Grass Valley. Nevada City may be able to answer, but I'll defer to Fire Marshal Mason for how we might handle that.
So for the mobile home parks within our fire district, I do go down and inspect them annually, and I hold them to the 4291 standards. So if this is adopted in that 5-foot ember resistant, that will be enforced within the trailer parks.
Can I follow up on that? Are we going to provide a definition of ember resistant for folks?
That's a great question, Supervisor. We'll make sure that what's in the ordinance and then the public education that we provide around that makes it clear to everybody as to what they should be doing as far as hardening and removal of flammable materials within 0 to 5 feet.
I'm thinking like of a deck, for example.
Maybe I'll speak to that, Craig.
Yes, the definition actually speaks to that. So this is the non-flammable material underneath a deck as well. So it's within that 0 to 5 foot zone. But construction materials, decking, patios, things like that would still be regulated by the building standards code.
Thank you.
So this is our conclusion slide. Our recommendations to your board are to keep that 50-50 cost share provision, allow in the addition of requiring parcels that are 1 acre or less to be fully treated, like we described, kind of that park-like environment, adopt that 0 to 5 foot ember resistant zone into the ordinance, and adopt this final ordinance with the recommended updates. A couple things I'll add just before we conclude is I'd like to recognize the challenges that the public are facing right now with green waste, right? We've had this winter storm that has got trees down across lots of folks' properties. The ongoing rain has made it really hard for the public to do their defensible space work right now. So the two things I want to point out are we are giving the public, as part of this educational piece of the program, some space right now to take advantage of our green waste programming, to work through cleaning up their properties before we really lean hard on anybody with any cases or citations. So we're trying to give the public that latitude over the next couple months to make their homes safe, because we know it's a mess out there. I also wanted to point out the green waste options that are available to the public. So thanks to CAL FIRE for supporting Fire Safe Council with a grant, and Fire Safe Council and the County of Nevada are partnering on our annual green waste programming that you're all familiar with, that the public loves. It's just a great opportunity for the public. We're actually going to have 12 days in April, May, and June for the public to come out to the Brunswick site, drop off, no cost, drop off green waste. So that's a big tool coming up for the public to then take that material that came down during the storm or that just has grown in over the last year, and they get out and do that spring cleaning. So with this new ordinance change, while we realize it's bringing a higher standard for fuel reduction, there are options out there. I also want to point out residents can take green waste to the McCourtney Transfer Station. We have our AFN grant program that we've seen a lot of success with, that I know your board is familiar with, that's still ongoing. We're encouraging the public to sign up for. So this is really targeting people with disabilities and older adults, residents that are low income. And so if residents would like to take advantage of this, especially now with all the green waste that's down across folks' properties. I had an older lady call me today and say, hey, I'm a senior, I have trees down across my property. What programming is available for me to try to take care of this? I don't have the time or money or ability to do this. I was able to talk her on to this Access and Functional Needs grant, which is just an amazing opportunity. So the public can go to rufiresafe.com/programs to find out more about that. They can also call the Fire Safe Council at 272-1122 for more information there. I would encourage residents to work within their Firewise communities. Our county has more Firewise communities than any other in the state, so kudos to our residents for coming together in that way to make our community safer. Work with your neighbors, rent a chipper, rent a green waste dumpster to put all that stuff in as you're doing your spring cleaning and as you're working through the messes that were the trees that came down in the winter storm. And then lastly, I would make a plug for, if you're comfortable doing it, safe pile burning when it's a good burn day and it's a good air quality day, and CAL FIRE said you can do it, and you feel comfortable and you have the training, that's an excellent way to reduce the fuel load on your property is burning. Lastly, I just want to recognize our ordinance, this new ordinance change, and how it might align with Truckee, Grass Valley, and Nevada City. I have checked in with all of them, and Grass Valley is looking at our ordinance as they consider changes to their own ordinance in the next couple months. The city of Nevada City, represented by Chief Sam Goodspeed here today, has incorporated most of or much of this new ordinance that your board will hopefully approve today into their city ordinance, which is just great to see that we're applying cohesively across the county, incorporated and unincorporated, what the public is looking for in the current cutting edge fire science to make our residents safer. And then lastly, Truckee is also considering, again, baking in some of what we are bringing forward here today. So lastly, I'd like to thank all the stakeholders that participated, from the Court of the Wildfire stakeholder meeting to the fire districts, to the residents, Fire Safe Council, Firewise communities, direction from your board in bringing this final cut of the hazardous vegetation ordinance. And so with that, I'll stop and take your questions.
Thank you, Paul. Good report. Heidi, you want to start it?
Thank you. Yeah, this is so helpful. This has been good to work through this process and allow us to go back and forth and figure out what works and what you guys think works. So just a little clarification still on the 50% cost share provision. You said something like, let's say there's a situation where you need a 50-50 cost share, and if the one of the folks involved doesn't want to pay their 50%, you said then the case is dropped. What does that mean? Does that mean then the person who filed the complaint cannot do the 100 feet clearance because the other person won't share? Then they don't have to do that, or nothing happens? Just could you clarify that for me?
Yeah, absolutely, Supervisor Hall. With the 50-50 cost share, you got the reporting party and then the adjacent parcel. So when you have the reporting party, we share with them the 50% cost share. The adjacent parcel will go out and get some sort of a bid to have the work done. If the reporting party says, no, I don't want to pay anything, then the case is dropped. If the adjacent parcel says from the very beginning, no, I don't want to have any part of this, 50% cost share, none of that, then we enforce 100% on the adjacent parcel. So the case won't be dropped then, because we're still trying to get that person their 100 feet of defensible space.
So, okay, so if the reporting party just doesn't want to pay their 50%, then they only go to 70 feet or whatever they're going to get, and we don't enforce anything beyond that.
Nope.
Okay.
At that point, we fall back to the state law, which is up to the property line.
But if the responsible party, who the reporting party complained against, refuses, then it shifts to the 100% responsibility.
Then they have to pay 100% of it if they say no. This is going to be hard to explain. Okay, thank you.
Hopefully we won't run into this, though, frankly, with this 1 acre or less requirement. And we took the slide out, but most of the parcels that we're seeing will fit into that 1 acre or less, so that if everybody has to do their part to clear their own parcel in its entirety, it'll make it easier for neighbors to collaborate, and there'll be less of this, hopefully.
Right. So I'm hoping we're going to do very aggressive education on that, especially the 1 acre or less piece, because, yeah, I mean, that's where people are so close to each other then too, even though they're, okay, thank you.
And we're poised, ma'am, to put this into our new Ready, Set, Go handbook, update our website, get fresh graphics, for our checklists that our defensible space team's going to leave with the resident, update our checklists. We're ready to go for all of that.
Okay. And then again, I do think that the 0 to 5 foot ember resistant will need some, just here's what it does mean, here's what it doesn't mean, just to make it really clear, because that's right next to people's homes, and I think people are going to be, have personal opinions about that, I'm sure. Yeah.
That's
I
probably
know.
the only place for a plant.
I know, that's right. So
It'll
which
look
plants,
kind of
which are, yeah.
deserty by the time.
And then, so we're going to continue to work with the cities, because again, we want equity, that if people in the unincorporated areas are doing all this work, we hope that the cities are requiring the same thing. So, yeah, we can't make them, but sounds like everybody's working together on this, is what I'm hearing, yeah. Okay, that's it for now, thank you.
Bertie?
Thank you. Just one quick question. Could you bring the less than 1 acre, the little quadrant 4 map up? Yeah, perfect. So in the lower right quadrant, I'm going to throw a curveball, and I know that this is probably a really unusual circumstance. There's probably not many parcels like this. My question to you is, why not require the greater than 1 acre to clear a minimum of 1 acre, right? So then everybody who has an acre parcel less than 1 acre would clear 1 acre. If you have a parcel greater than 1 acre, you have to clear a minimum of 1 acre. My thought is, if you have a in-holding where there's 1.5 acres in a neighborhood, any reduction of fuel is going to be beneficial to that neighborhood. My concept is, in this example, he's actually doing less than what he would if he was less than an acre. So just curiosity, if we're trying to reduce the total overall fuel load, it seems to me that the largest landowners that pose the biggest threat to that urban WUI interface is that guy.
That's a great suggestion, Supervisor Bullock, and I'm trying to imagine what that might look like, and we'll have to maybe go back to the drawing board on that piece a little bit, or consider it for the next change of how, that 1.5 acres. Which part of that would we ask them to clear? The part that's touching
Yeah, I would think
the built-up parcel or something like that,
Yeah.
perhaps?
Exactly. A fire professional would look at it and say, the biggest benefit's going to be the draw that goes up, rises up to the next structure, or whatever the case your professional opinion may include.
Supervisor Bullock, I think this was similar to the approach that we looked at related to the 30-foot swath, essentially next to larger parcels. I think multiple reasons outside of what we have just talked about, but also the impact countywide, with all our concerns regarding green waste and capacity and
Economics.
I think there was less reward for the work and cost as compared to what we're presenting for you today.
Understood. Yep, thank you. Curious if you could ask that question if in your travels you start seeing a number of these. Maybe it's worth revisiting.
Sue?
No, this is great. I think they covered everything. That was one of my issues always, was in housing developments when you have those big open lots that aren't. So that has always been one of my challenges as we go through, which And so my other one is, so if you have a housing development that has some improved parcels and not the rest, are those other parcels now fit into that 1 acre parcel? Oh, I love that. Okay, I'm good. So there's so much work and public outreach that you guys have done with this, and I appreciate that, because I know the education just has to keep going. Having a little hard time that I might have to cut my 100-year-old tree down or bush next to my house. I'm gonna have a little pushback myself. But I'm just telling you, I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna manage replanting that. Because, man, watching videos and learning what you guys do out fighting fires, the little things that can save your homes are pretty amazing. But we still go to meetings and I still have people that, well, what do you mean you need different vents, right? So the work that you guys do in this community is invaluable, and I appreciate that, because there's just still a lot of work to do. Even with all of our fire safe communities that are working right now, I love clapping that, all over California. It's fun to be in first place. We're gonna call it that because of the work. When I look at the work going on in North San Juan, I am blown away by some of that, like Sages Road and that group up there. So kudos to all those people out of Greenhorn and everywhere. But, so again, education, and I think this is gonna be helpful. Appreciate the work that went into it.
Can I have one more follow-up, Chair?
Yes? You may.
I know we're working with BLM, but that's going to be my next question, right? If we're all requiring all the private owners to do all this work, and we still aren't getting BLM or anybody else to come out and do their part on some of those parcels that, like Craig, you and I looked at, I just want to make sure we keep the pressure on. Because again, if we're all doing it, our part on our little parcels, and we still have these huge, dangerous parcels in the middle of it all, that's not going to help us, so.
Supervisor Hall, I will assure you, we will continue to lean very hard on BLM and our other landowners that we have some of the biggest struggles with.
And I would also add, Supervisor Hall, that perhaps if we can point out that they're now in violation with our ordinance, maybe that would encourage them to focus on specific parcels that by our ordinance are directly threatening properties.
Excellent, thank you.
And I also wanted to just add for you, ma'am, the ordinance, section 7.3, paragraph J, the ember resistant zone, to define that for you, means an area of combustible material, hazardous vegetation, or vegetative debris located close to a structure that can result in either radiant heat or a direct flame contact exposure to the structure. So we will try to create more examples and make that easier for the public to understand, but I thank you for that suggestion.
Same thing, mobile home parks are small where people have their plants, so there may be plants that are okay or plants that aren't, or plants that are okay if you water them, or, you're going to get all those questions, so examples would probably be helpful.
And Supervisor Hall, we've already been engaging with the local contractors associations on providing examples, diagrams, whatever that looks like as well.
So I just have one more little quick question. So this
At
is.
some point, I get to say something.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry.
you go
Oh, I'm
ahead,
sorry,
Steve. No, you
Ed.
go ahead.
You're only the chair. I'm sorry. When we looked at the AFN, which I know that's for bigger projects, but I'm thinking about some of my low-income folks that do live in a trailer park. Junipers were the dumbest thing at one time. So I'm just wondering if there would, if somebody needed to rip all those out, would that be, if they called, would they fit into that program? Or would I need to call Fire Safe Council and ask?
I'm not sure how those commercial properties would fit in. We would have to get back to you on that. For like an actual trailer park that's managed by like a.
Yeah, they manage them, but usually you own some of them you own your space. So it's kind of it's really an iffy one. I just know I got a lot of folks in there that just barely get around, but they're living on their own. So I'm just.
I would say encourage folks to apply and make them tell you no.
And see what happens, yeah. I'll just go over and cut them down for them.
Yeah, and Supervisor Hook, to clarify, manufactured home parks, so if they rent or lease, they can qualify for defensible space clearing. So if there is something that is in violation with vegetation, like you're mentioning, they would qualify, potentially them meeting the other factors.
Oh, good, okay,
Yep.
perfect. Sorry, Ed.
The other one is oleanders. So they're terrible in Alta Sierra. So the 50%, I mean, frankly, in December, I was ready to get rid of it. I know you've done a lot of work on it, and you've pretty well convinced me. And I do like the examples that you show here, and Heidi clarified that for me too. If you did have a house, this one shows a shed. I mean, that's really understandable. But if you had the house and the other one, that's only 40 feet or so from the property line. My understanding was if the other adjoining property owner didn't want to pay for it, then it was just dropped, and that was clarified. So I think that's a very good thing, and I'm ready to approve that part of it. In the less than 1 acre, I mean, Alta Sierra is really the prime example as to where this can really be used. And I think of one lot in particular that's a vacant lot. And it's got 3 residential homes around it, 3 individual private owners. So now that I look at that, I mean, those people are going to be very, very happy to say, okay, they got to clean that lot up. The next question is enforcement. Property owner goes, I don't have that kind of money. I mean, what are we going to do to encourage them to get that done? Less than an acre. Yeah, but it's a mess. I mean, I'm thinking of, I have one place that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Chair Schofield, there is a structure that's part of the ordinance that aligns with our nuisance abatement ordinance, similar to what code compliance uses. So we do have the tools for citations and eventual abatement if that is needed. Obviously, your board knows there are challenges related to available funding and us fronting that on the front end and going through that process of abating. But those tools are available to us, and we will.
So it becomes a nuisance abatement, not abatement, but a code issue.
Correct, but we are working hand in hand with code compliance to manage these cases moving forward.
And then, so there are fines involved with that.
Correct.
Right, okay,
There's a fine schedule. Yes, Supervisor.
okay. That's very, very good. Okay, thank you.
Ed, you brought up a great point just now.
Sue?
What are we doing with the oleander? That's a good point to look out for vegetation. We can't bring it to what the vegetation waste days. So do you guys have a suggestion for people that isn't around a lot of homes because it's drought resistant, right? But now, boy, with that stuff, we've seen what it does on a freeway, burns up like crazy. Is that something we need to look at? Where do you dispose of it? You can't burn it.
Sure, unsafe
You
to burn.
can't take it out to the waste management for green waste. So what's the plan there? I'm just going to throw that out there.
That's a great comment, Supervisor Hook. And we have worked with some of the local plant organizations, and we've worked with Fire Safe Council. And so I know there's some great presentations I've heard at the FireWise community meetings around options for that, but that's maybe something we have to circle back. Some of it can be chipped and dropped. Maybe it has to be taken to the landfill. I know that, like you said, the green waste drop-off events don't accept those, like Scotch Broom, because they're so invasive. So we may have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that too, and just the importance of that too. We just had but somebody, not knowing that, did all that, threw it over the fence, the neighbor's animal ate it, they killed him. So even dry, it's poisonous.
Or maybe composting it.
Yeah, and I know that's why we don't take it at the fill, right? So just if we could look at how we do that, because there is a lot of it around here, just because it is drought resistant, deer don't eat it. You know, we see a lot of it in Lake Wildwood, they're pulling it out. I don't know what they're doing up there.
I don't know if that's listed as a material you can't bring to the green
Yes.
waste, though, is it? I don't recall. I see Scotch Broom and,
I'd have to check this year's
Yeah.
pamphlet.
okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Chief?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Schofield and board members. My name is Sam Goodspeed. I'm the division chief for the City of Nevada City, and I wanted to come out today and show my support for this ordinance update. The evolution of these ordinances has really evolved. I'll speak on behalf of the City of Nevada City. We've updated our ordinance successfully in the last 2 years. So as we work with these ordinances and we find out what works and what doesn't work, we can provide these updates. And the latest update from Nevada City, we've drawn on what's worked for the state and the counties. So you will see that reflected in our ordinance. And that's some of the feedback that we hear is that, if the ordinances are as closely aligned as possible and match up, then it's easier to enforce. They're not reading the Ready, Set, Go pamphlet and reading something that they need to do in the county, but it's not permissible in the city. So that's a big plus. You mentioned the BLM properties. There's other large landowners and they have difficult issues handling that on their own. And you're well aware that we pursue grants to go after these areas, the Ponderosa Fuel Break, Phase 1 and now Phase 2, and we're looking at that in the Deer Creek drainage between Nevada City and at least hopefully down to Bitney Springs and maybe even to Lake Wildwood. So that encompasses a lot of federally owned land and large private properties as well. So I just thank these guys for their work. Across the board, it's like I say, it's evolving. The public awareness is way up from what it was, say, 5 years ago. So people have questions for us. They want to do the right thing, and I think this document will help them. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Chief. Any other comments from the chambers? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online or written communications?
Chair, we do not have any callers, but we did receive one written comment that was included in your packets.
Okay.
Would you like me to read it, or is
How
written?
long is it?
Sorry?
How long is it?
It is 2 paragraphs.
Do it.
Okay, so this is from Tina Hammond, and Tina writes, "Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for your attention to this critical tool in our wildfire preparedness tool chest. May I please direct you to section G47.2, application of article. Please address what the clearance amount is on either side of a private road. I don't see any guidance on this piece in the proposed ordinance or in PRC 4291. According to the 2019-20 Grand Jury Report on Wildfire, unincorporated Nevada County includes 2,800 miles of both public and private roads. DPW maintains 560 miles of public roads, leaving the management of 2,300 miles of private roads up to the property owners who abut those roads. In Q4 of fiscal year 22-23, DPW has managed 475 miles of county roads, thank you, up from prior year's total of 208 miles. May I next direct you to section G47.11, abatement by public official. The use of the word may rather than shall weakens this critical portion of the ordinance enforcement. It takes the force out of the enforcement, leaving enforcement to be discretionary rather than mandatory. Please help us here. We are already asked to bear 50% of the cost for our neighbors. We need real enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to that, Paul, or Craig?
Yeah, Chair Schofield, the use of may versus shall, I will say, is fairly consistent throughout much of our ordinances at the county level, which is, I think, pretty standard throughout local government. It allows us maximum flexibility when we're really trying to work through these cases. And when it comes to defensible space, this is even more crucial just because topography is different. There's tons of different situations where we can rely and lean on our fire professionals and first responders to really make those decisions for what's going to make a difference in fire mitigation efforts. So I understand there's some concern about it being too flexible and not being able to be enforceable, but let me assure you, we can still use it and enforce when we need. And I'll hand that back over to Mr. Cummings and Mr. Mason.
And I would also add, Chair, that flexibility allows us latitude for times like this, when the winter storm created a great big mess, and we need to have some latitude about what we'll enforce. And so that may versus shall helps the public under those circumstances. And regarding the 10 feet over, 15 feet up, that's not in PRC 4290 or 4291, but in doing some of our research, it sounds like it's in Title 14 of some CAL FIRE guidance, so we'll have to get back to you on that. But it's something that we've incorporated as a county to exceed those state standards, again, for roadside vegetation clearance. I think that's answering her question about what was the origin of the 10 feet over, 15 feet up along roadsides, which I think we can all agree makes it safer for ingress and egress of residents, egress of residents evacuating for a wildfire so they're not driving through a tunnel of fire, and then it makes it safer for ingress of first responders as they're moving into an area that's burning.
Thank you, Paul. Good response. I'm aware of fire-safe communities, especially out in your area, Heidi, where they had cleaned it very well, and they're back to square one again. Many trees and, Anyways, I bring it back to the board for further comments or a motion.
Well, first, I'll make a motion, but I just want to thank the DSI team back there, too. Appreciate you, the education and work you guys are doing out there, so thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
And so
Make a motion.
Yep.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
Did she make it?
Yep.
Motion, Supervisor Hook, Seconded Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
District 4, yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes. All right. I know a lot of work went into that, so thank you. Thank you, Chief, for being here. All right, we're down to announcements. I just grabbed mine real quick. You want to start?
Sure, I'll be really
Lisa?
quick. So I wrote it down this time, so I remember. Last week, I attended the Cash and Fields ribbon cutting with all of you, and what a fantastic project that is for Nevada City and for our entire community. Really impressed with how nice it turned out and the sense of community that they've created there. It's not just your typical apartment complex, that common area, the gardens that they're putting in. There was people out there planting vegetables when we were there. It was great. So thanks for helping facilitate that project. I'm continuing to do my onboarding. Yesterday, I met out at the Transit Services office with Robin and just getting some information on our bus system. And last week, I met with the county council team to get up to speed on all the work that they're doing. I also attended last week the board meeting for the Grass Valley Downtown Association and the Greater Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce. They do like kind of a combined meeting now, and I did a little presentation with them on what the county is working on and was introduced to their board of directors. I attended my first in-person Area on Aging Commission meeting last week, and it was the first meeting they'd had in person in 3 years. So it was fairly small, but I think they were really all glad to be back together. And it was a pretty short meeting. The April meeting is going to be a lot more comprehensive. And then yesterday, I listened in on the CSAC webinar on the homeless plan, and I look forward to hearing more about that at the legislative days. And then just a couple of interesting things going on in my district. They started paving Mill Street last week. They were able to piece together 4 days of nice weather. So they poured stamped concrete and partial. It looks really good, and they're making progress. They're hopeful that they're going to take the fencing down in the next week or so. And then Target is opening April 2nd for anybody who's curious. And the one thing I will say about the Target opening, people are very excited. I think it's going to be very busy. People need to be really patient because McKnight Way isn't going to be able to handle all the traffic that's going to be there in the initial opening of it, and you're probably going to see some stacking on the freeway, but it will be temporary. Everybody likes to go to the new shiny place when it opens, so people need to hang in there and help support another business that, you know, people have the opportunity to shop local and keep their sales tax dollars local. So exciting for Grass Valley for that.
Go downtown in the meantime.
Absolutely, yes. Businesses are really struggling between being closed for the snowstorms and then with the construction. So everybody's fully stocked for Easter. I was down there over the weekend. It looks great down there, so.
You want to go? You don't have to go. Heidi?
I have my list.
Heidi was at my last meeting, so that'll work out good. Got 2 of my lists.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what,
That works for me. And thanks, Lisa. Yes, the Cash and Field, I was at the Cash and Field ribbon cutting too. I think that was our second or third. That's kind of exciting, but this one was actually full. So that was, it was great to see it fully, what's the word I'm looking for? This is so late in the day to do our announcements. It's full, so that's great. Let's see, I attended, we had our CSAC Executive Committee board meeting. That's the first one that I've been to, and I went in person. It was in Los Angeles because I had missed the first one. So this is a smaller group, not the board of directors, but a smaller group, the Executive Committee, which was very useful because they're earlier in the conversations about what they're going to be spending the year on than when they already bring it to the board to sort of rubber stamp it. Lot of discussion on the at-home proposal, and we also had 2 follow-up calls on that, and it really is gaining momentum. The CSAC is focusing on and would like us to focus on the first element of it, which is accountability. What they're calling accountability, but really, if you look at it, lays out very clearly who's responsible for what, city, county, state, and therefore where the accountability goes. And it suggests, it makes recommendations for doing many of the things that we've been asking for a long time, our staff, sort of streamlining the funding streams, making them more flexible, just making the process so much easier right up front, besides also adding more funding. So they're getting traction in the press, they're meeting with the governor's office, have a big meeting with the cities, I think this coming week. And at the Ledge Conference, there'll be a big presentation with the cities and counties on it. Their next steps are they're actually going to help develop bills, trailer bills and funding bills, and their hope is to replace one piece of the governor's bill on homelessness with this accountability piece, which is closer to what we at the counties really need and the cities need as well. So there's a lot of excitement about that. They've asked us all to come together and sort of create an endorsement, to be out there talking about it, to be talking it up, and there will be more to come on that. I also attended the Civic Wells Policymaker Conference, which is usually at Yosemite. We've missed the last year or two, and this one was in Asilomar, where we introduced our new executive director, Bernadette Austin, who's going to be fantastic. I'm now the vice president on that board. The focus almost always, it's a climate change kind of focused group, but the focus is always on implementation at the local level, and there's lots and lots of county and supervisors and city council people who are there. Sometimes the entire group comes, and their focus is almost always on housing, transportation, and energy. So it's useful. There's several of us, again, who provide the rural voice to make sure they understand that 100% electrification of everything is not going to work until PG&E undergrounds their lines, or, there's backup generators for everything. So it's an important discussion. But I think there are things we can learn. So the state is going towards 100% electrification, and EV stations are going to have to get placed. And so we can learn sort of what's coming down the pike, what bills are being looked at, where we can intervene and have our needs reflected. The biggest piece I took away from it is I think there may be places on energy that there might be new technologies now that we can avail ourselves of. And Hardy was there, and he and I both met with a vice president of the CEC, this Energy Commission. Yeah, so, and who offered to come out and sit down with us and walk through how they can help. So we'll work with Steve Monahan and whoever else and set up a meeting on that. I also went to Nevada City Chamber, first time I've ever been invited to present to the chamber. It was a wonderful meeting. Boy, that is a really well-functioning chamber. They have great ideas, great participation, a lot of stuff happening. And I'll echo, thanks for raising that, Lisa. They are finding their vendors, businesses really struggling, almost like right after COVID again. So COVID, and we were able to support them, and then they struggled to come back after that, and then they got hit, boom, with Snowmageddon and all these atmospheric rivers. So they're struggling again. So they came up with some ideas for providing coupons and encouraging folks, but I want to also encourage everyone to do that, buy local again, to get downtown when we can and support our businesses who have been there for us through everything and are truly trying to make it through these geographic challenges. I did meet with Tricia and her team on the upcoming District 1 projects, which was great. No surprises there. We did have our Yuba cohort meeting, which was fantastic. And we got a presentation. I can't remember the name of all that stuff, Sue. Maybe you can, but it was a sim table. So it was a sand table and then they overlay from a projector right off the internet, sort of a map of the Yuba River corridor, and you could get in there and shape it so that you could see the colors, what was water and what was high elevation. And then they could project an amazing amount of data on there, sort of fire danger by tree height, by leaf type, by time of year, by wind direction changing. And we actually they lit a virtual fire several places and then plugged in wind direction and you could watch it move and you could see where treatments, you could project what the treatments would do, like the Deer Creek treatments we're talking about or Ponderosa, and you could see the flames move around them and slow down. And so really effective tool that kind of would love to bring to the board sometime if that's possible. But it's continuing to do some great work. And then on a last thing, quick follow-up on that, we did have a conversation with state parks about the Purdon toilets. Great news, they're gonna commit to bringing a chemical toilet back in their ADA chemical toilet, I think, and then we're continuing to have conversations about a true blue, real built vault toilet. So that was really good news. And Sue, I took care of a couple of your items there. Thanks.
Everybody's busy. I'm going to skip Civic Well that Heidi described, but it was a great conference. Looking forward to bringing some of those leaders here and talking to them about it. We talked a lot about why our power is off all the time and how the ramifications of that. And there is a real difference between the rural-urban caucuses that are out there. You know, you just understand that we have some of us very different needs from the policymakers and the funding streams that come down. So that was good to talk. We welcomed our new District 5 and CEO office shared analyst, Mandy Stewart. So she's getting integrated into the Truckee office. It's been a pleasure to work with her. I did my capital facility plan for D5. There's 2 bridges there, as you know, in Hurstdale. So, and the one thing I was interested in, I hope to talk to staff later about this, but there's an element in the capital facility plan for some fuels, roadway fuels management clearing, but there's an element of surveys. There's a survey element that goes in with that, where they're going to survey our right-of-way for many of our road miles in the county. So it's a real opportunity for us to, I think, clean up some of those legacy issues where there's encroachment or the right-of-way or the road, and whose road is it? Is it our road? Is it someone else's road? So I'm actually looking forward to one of the sub-elements of that project that came out of the CIP for me. Working on the Hobart development plan still, making good progress there, and working with the Forest Service to get the appraisal done on their property. I had our Truckee River Basin Water Managers Group meeting, which was really fascinating because there's a lot of snow and a lot of water. So we got to talk about where all the water's going. It's going to be kept in the reservoirs and hopefully not all go downstream, but it's going to be a big year for water. It's going to fill Boca, Prosser, Stampede, Tahoe. They're thinking is going to be within several inches of filling, but if you know where it's at now, it's really low. So good news there. Met with Tykert. They're a big constituent in the Martis Valley and the Boca Phase 2 quarry. And then I've been meeting with I met with or talked to most of the town council members in Truckee regarding the vacancy tax, and you'll hear more about that. We are trying to align some support for a study that would let us understand how many units we may have in unincorporated Nevada County, which we suspect is very, very few. And I don't have a lot of information on it yet, but they're considering a vacancy tax. Lisa and I talked a little bit about it this morning because she knows a little bit more about it, but more to come on that. Had a leadership call with Placer County regarding the new regional library concept, trying to understand what they're doing. They had an item on their board agenda today about their library system and their plan and how they want to fulfill the needs of their Eastern County Library constituents and users up there with Kings Beach and some other stuff. So we're still trying to bring them into the JPA and understand how they'll support the regional library concept for Truckee. The biggest thing we've been working on is all the congestion and the traffic going on in Truckee. So we got Palisades, Tahoe, North Star, Boreal. Jeff can correct me. We got all the ski resorts on a call. And it was fascinating to me because I've lived in Truckee for 33 years and I've never actually talked to all the ski resorts. So talking to them and understanding how they manage impact and volume on a daily basis when they have so many pass holders out there. It really came to an understanding that we're going to try and work through it together and convene this group through the CCC group to kind of call in and see if we can get some of the impact in the traffic situated and squared away because it's completely intolerable now. Doctors can't get to the hospital, ambulances can't get to the hospital, sheriffs, nobody can get anywhere. And even the people coming to ski and use the skiing product that's being sold can't get to the resort. So it's kind of like everybody loses. You can't even enjoy it because it's so overrun. But great strides there, and I just want to point out the great support that the CEO's office has been providing us and helping convene these meetings. A lot of really big players on there, and so we just want to say thanks for helping out with that. It's a big part of Eastern County. And then I met with the Concerned Citizens Roundtable, which want to talk about the Idaho Maryland mine. Talked to them for about an hour and a half. It was good to meet in person, hear them in person. They had a lot of information for me, and I gave them kind of my de facto statement that there's no bias associated. No, you're not going to see my head nod one way or the other, but I'm here to accept all the information you may want to give out. And so that was good to meet with them. And then we had a fascinating meeting with Placer County and a bunch of other organizations, including Washoe County in Nevada, about Trans-Sierra Rail, trying to bring rail from the Bay Area over to Reno with 2 daily round trips or maybe 6 daily round trips to try and get some capacity into the rail system and off of Highway 80 and reduce greenhouse gas emissions and also move people around. Very fascinating. Caltrans did a study, and we're convening this group to see if we can somehow come up with some state funding to do the next study to get more people on trains and off the road. It was a high-level meeting, and it was really inspirational because it didn't sound so out of touch. It sounds kind of crazy, but all of a sudden all the pieces are kind of in front of us here, so looking good. And then Sue and I had a great lunch meeting regarding the Fire Safe Council. I'm really looking forward to working with everybody on trying to make that a productive group, and also where can the county assist that organization? How can that organization help us in meeting our goals for getting all this fuel and fire abatement and everything cleaned up? So I'm really optimistic about where we're headed with that. And then our Heart of Gold bike races coming together. Some recent things, some of the races are being canceled because the spring race series are being canceled because of weather and downed trees and closed roads, which is interesting because we always fear that our fall event's going to be closed for smoke, but I think we're actually going to get a bunch of registration because all the spring events are washed out. So cause and effect, you never can't plan this stuff if you tried, but I'm optimistic, and we're going to have it right out here on the lawn. And I think Allison is working on a health fair or something close to that.
Yeah, we're really pleased that we're partnering with Nevada City and Nevada City Chamber. So we'll have a fair type component with entertainment.
Yeah, I can't wait. And we're inviting people to come out and be kind of part of it and broaden it out so people can come and have food trucks. October 7th. Yeah, and everybody's invited. It's just a fun deal. You can come in the morning. The racers head out, and then everybody's hanging around from like 1:30 to 5. That's it for me, Chair.
I can't believe you go to all those meetings. But you missed one, so I'll report on it, okay? Northern Sierra Air Quality Board, both Hardy and I attended 2 meetings there. A special meeting because Gretchen Bennett, who's been with the board for over 20 years, she's not retiring. She's actually taking the position of Air Quality Director in Solano and Yolo County. So that's a big move for Gretchen, and it's a pretty big move for us. We appointed a person to take over that position because she's leaving early April. So we have another person that's out of our Portola office that will be taken over, and then we'll do a search for a new executive director. Everything else, Hardy. Hardy and I attended the leadership training for our county employees at the Veterans Building. Excellent meeting, very enjoyable meeting. Capital Facilities meeting that Hardy and I attended. A lot of chair and vice chair responsibilities. And then, well, I did show up late to Transit Services Commission. Sue was there for the entire thing. And then we both sat in on the Transportation Commission. And I like to kind of shout out for Mike Woodman for the work that he does. It's amazing the influences that he has throughout the state of California and what he does in representing us as rural communities. And where a lot of times our transportation needs really conflict with what goes on down in the city. So Michael does an excellent job, and I just like to give him a shout out. And then the only one that I did attend on my own was the, other than Allison being there, was the mayors and managers meeting. Very, very helpful meetings. That covered, Sue?
You did good. That was great. So I really don't have a whole lot because I don't have my notes. That's very unprofessional, sorry. But I would like to point out, so we did appoint new chairs and vice chairs in both those committees, which was good. And the other thing about NCTC you look forward to is when the snow actually melts, some point we're going to get a presentation on the Omega Curve project, because there's always so many questions, but it's all under snow now, so it'll be a while before that happens. But again, I have to give Mike a lot of credit for what he works through, because rural counties struggle for funding. And as we look at the projects that we have going, like 49, and we did get funding for this project out here on 49, the roundabout projects. So those were good to look at. And then Robin at Transit, Vulcanburg, is doing a great job out there. It's kind of interesting. They're coming back. We're actually seeing people use our transit. I think that's really important. It's exciting. And Route 1's going to go to the 30 minutes, and I think that's going to be huge for our folks. So that's one little highlight for that. And then really, truly, a lot of meetings with constituents. There's just a tons. I met with the community roundtable folks as well. And same thing, I said I could sit here and be stoked. But I will tell you what's interesting about our jobs, all of us, is the people that you would never meet on a regular basis. So it really gives you an opportunity to reach out to your community and meet people that you probably wouldn't have. And I always find that really refreshing. And then, let's see what else. I think that's enough for today. I can't think of it without my notes. That's plenty.
Good job. Okay, so we have one final thing. We're going to adjourn this meeting, and then we're going to just stay here. Jeffrey, working with Taylor, wants to put together a little video clip thanking our sheriff's dispatchers. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.